Well, good morning, everybody, and welcome to this informal virtual meeting of Mid Suffolk District Council Development Control B meeting. The decision to hold an informal meeting has been taken as a result of the current risks relating to COVID-19 pandemic. As this meeting is now an informal meeting, the committee members will not be able to make decisions and therefore will not be voting on any of the items on the agenda. Members are asked to discuss the items and to confirm a steer to the Chief Planning Officer for each item. At the conclusion of each item, I will ask the Chief Planning Officer to indicate whether he's minded to accept the recommendation made in the officer report or to take any other action having listened to the discussion. May I remind you of some domestic arrangements? Please ensure microphones are turned off when not in use. Please do not interrupt other speakers. If you are attending to speak and consistently interrupt, you will be asked to leave. Please remember to use the chat function only to indicate that you, I think not the chat function. Please can we use hands up, because I can't keep an eye on hands up, chat and everything. So can we use the hands up for if you wish to speak? Please note that messages in the chat panel can be viewed by everybody watching the broadcast. I'd like to remind everyone present that it is an informal meeting and will be broadcast live to the internet and will be capable of repeated viewing. The whole of the meeting will be filmed except where there are confidential or exempt items. If you make a representation to the meeting, you'll be deemed by the council to have consented to being filmed. By entering the meeting as a speaker, you're also consenting to being recorded by the council and the possible use of those images and sound recordings for webcasting and or training purposes. The council, members of the public and the press may record, film, photograph or broadcast the meeting when the public and press are not lawfully excluded. So the introductions, we've got the Chief Planning Officer, Philip Isbell. You can see him there. Good morning. No, that's Gemma. Okay.
Good morning, Chairman. Apologies, too many pushing the wrong buttons.
Yeah, it gets like that. So that's our Chief Planning Officer, Mr. Phil Isbell. And we have the Area Planning Manager, Gemma Walker, who's there.
Morning, Chair.
Good morning. Do we have John Papen-G with us?
Just myself this morning, Chair.
Just yourself, right, thank you. And the case officers, we have Alex Scott. Are you there, please? Good morning.
Good morning, Kathy. Yes.
Good morning. And we have Rose Walton. Are you there as well, please?
Morning.
Morning, Rose. And Vincent Pearce. Oh.
Good morning, Chair.
Morning, Vincent. And Averill Goody.
Morning, Chair.
Morning, Averill. And we also have our Governance Officer, Alicia Norman, please.
Morning, Chair.
Morning. And in the background, we've got Bethany, who's driving all this electronics. So if I move to the agenda, things will be slightly different, but we'll move to the agenda and move forward with good heart. So the roll call for the members present, please.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, members. If you could please respond when I call your name. Councillor Caston.
Present.
Thank you. Councillor Guthrie.
I'm here.
Thank you. Councillor Mellon.
Present.
Thank you. Councillor Mayor.
Good morning. Yeah, here.
Thank you. Councillor Miller.
Good morning. Present. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Norris.
Present.
Thank you. Councillor Stringer.
Present.
Thank you. And Councillor Warboys.
Present.
Thank you. That's all, Chair.
Thank you. To receive declarations of pecuniary and non-pecuniary interest by members. Anything to declare? I'll leave it a second or two. No, none to declare. Councillor Mellon, yes.
Just to say that I'm the ward member on the first application.
Yes, that's fine. Thank you very much. To receive notification of petitions in accordance with the council's petition scheme.
None received, Chair. Just a note, sorry, that Councillor Stringer has his hand up.
Yes, I've just seen that come through, but we'll just cover that bit and then Councillor Stringer, if you would, please.
Yes, just to declare the interest for the item in Bacton, I'm the county councillor for that area and have been in discussions with the applicant about highways issues.
Lovely. Thank you very much for that information. Thank you for that. Do we have any site inspections?
None, Chair.
Schedule of reports. Well, we'll do them in the order in which they sit, which I think is comfortable. So we have the first application, and that's Alex to introduce the application of DC 21000641, land to the east of Turkey Hall Lane. So if you'd like to present the case, and we'll listen to that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Guthrie. Yes, if I can just present my screen, and hopefully we'll have the and hopefully you can all see that. And I'll try and get full slideshow, so that's as quick as possible. Yep, there we are. Okay, so this is item 6A on the agenda. Planning up. Sorry, I've got to be careful what I say. Reserved matters application,
Yes.
reference DC/21/000641, land to the east of Turkey Hall Lane, Bacton. And the application before you seeks approval of reserved matters following outline planning permission, reference DC/18/00725 for 51 dwellings that included affordable housing, 18 affordable units, and public open space, and that was granted in July of 2018. The current application seeks approval of matters relating to layout, scale, and appearance of buildings and the landscaping thereof only, with matters of access previously included in the outline planning permission. Now, the application was previously considered by this committee on the 4th of August 2021, and the decision of members at that time was to defer the item to a future committee for the points raised at the meeting. These include looking at the layout in its entirety and design, with particular attention to an apartment block to the south of the site, which there were several concerns relating to several issues from members, and further ecology assessment as well. And what we've done is, as officers, is go back to the applicant and seek amendments, and what you're about to see is the result of those discussions, and there's been a full reconsultation on all additional information provided to us. So yeah, I hope that sets out the position clearly. Onto the presentation. This is the location of Bacton for the avoidance of doubt within the district. And the blue circle is the approximate location of the site within the village. This is the constraints plan, and the site itself is outlined in red on the screen. And this blue line is the existing settlement boundary as per the existing development plan. That's the local plan 1998. And other key constraints, we have a listed building here, grade 2, and the main Stowmarket to Diss railway line runs adjacent to the site as well. So I think those are the main site constraints. This is an aerial view of the site, just to give an idea of what it looks like from above. This is the site location plan approved as part of the outline planning permission. This is the layout as currently proposed, revision P20, and this is as a result of the discussions and amendments which have been had since the application was last at committee in August 2021. And just in summary, the key points of your attention and amendment are the public open space to the to the southeast of the site has been redesigned to flow into the centre of the site here. And it has been designed so as to be more overlooked by proposed dwellings. So frontages of dwellings here, here, and along, and with active windows also fronting from both the north and the south. So that is in response to concerns members had previously as well. Now, the apartment block, which previously sat in this location adjacent to dwellings in North Close, has been completely removed from the scheme and has been replaced by 2 private dwellings, plots 50 and 51, and these are both bungalows.
Can you just point that out with your pointer, please?
Yes, if you can see this, Councillor Guthrie, is that clear? Are you seeing my pointer? I can see it. I'm sorry, apologies if you can't.
Yes. Yes.
You can. Yes. Oh,
just
good.
For everybody to see it. Yep, that's fine.
Yes, you can see that. Thank you. So yeah, and yes, and the apartment block has been redesigned and located to the far northeast of the site. And there was a second apartment block on the site for 2-bedroom affordable units. That has now been removed, and the affordable component has been replaced by 2-bedroom semi-detached or detached dwellings in this location. I have a affordable housing plan in a few slides' time, so I'll confirm the locations to you shortly. We also had an updated ecology report provided since August by the applicant, and that has been assessed by your consultants at Place Services Ecology, who are in general agreement with the findings and the mitigation proposed. There are also 7 additional allocated parking spaces proposed across the site, different to what was previously proposed in August, so more parking. And there's also some progress which has been made in terms of discussions with highways, with regards to the off-site highways works to Turkey Hall Lane, and those are set out in a section of the report for your information. And yes, we're happy to discuss that and clarify any points that you may have. So just moving through the remainder of the presentation, here is a close-up of the southwest portion of the site, and then the northeast portion as well. As mentioned before, the locations of the affordable housing, the purple indicating shared ownership, the light blue indicated for affordable rent. And now previously those were bunched in this area of the site and a few out here. That has now been more spread out in response partially to concerns raised by members previously that they were a little bit too clustered. So yeah, affordable dwellings now more spread out around the site. The proposed elevations, these are the proposed market dwellings. We have 10 bungalows included within the scheme. And these are the semi-detached market units. And the proposed affordable units, and just to indicate the active windows fronting the public open space from the plots in the 40s. And this is the new affordable apartment block, which has been redesigned and relocated, as seen on the layout. And I've included this slide just to show you what has been removed from the scheme as previous and what has been replaced. So what you see on the left of your screen are the designs which have been removed, and what you see on the right of your screen are the new designs which have been included in the current scheme before you. So this is the apartment block, which is raising a lot of concern from members previously. So that's now been lost completely. And for good measure, we have the elevations of the garages, the detached garages, which will be provided across the site. And here are the details of the proposed pumping station to the northwest of the site, next to one of the proposed attenuation basins, and that has been designed and screened further to advice from your heritage officers, as the listed building or the curtilage is in close proximity to this boundary here. And some street scene elevations for you, show how the scheme would sit site. Now this was the layout which members saw indicative at the time when the outline planning application was considered, and just laying that next to what is currently proposed. So what is currently proposed on the right of your screen, what members saw in terms of outline on the left. And for good measure, we have the previous layout which members saw in August 2021, and that's laid next to what is now currently proposed. Hopefully that's helpful. Now onto some photographs. This is the junction of Turkey Hall Lane and Pound Hill. And moving down Turkey Hall Lane. And this is the start of the site here. Looking across, you might be able to see the listed building neighbouring. And we've now turned around looking back down Turkey Hall Lane, and these are the existing dwellings at the top of North Close, and looking across the field itself. And this is a Google Street View image taken from the top of North Close, showing the existing relationship in terms of public footpath provision. And this area has been sort of questioned as it is proposed to have a footpath potentially running across this site, linking into North Close. And this final slide has been provided by engineers at Suffolk County Highways, and the light green hatched areas here indicate land within Suffolk County's control for particularly with regards to proposed off-site works would be relevant. So that concludes the presentation, and the recommendation as set out in the report is to recommend to the Chief Planning Officer that reserve matters be approved for the reasons given and subject to the conditions as recommended. Thank you.
Thank you, Alex. Am I right in thinking that that previous slide which showed the footpath proposal, that particular area is being improved, that Highways have agreed to improve that? Am I right? Have I got that from somewhere?
I'm not aware of any proposal, but then I haven't been directly party to any such conversations.
Perhaps Councillor Stringer's got his hand, or Philip, yes. If
well,
you
should we take Andrew first and then?
Yes, I was going to say Councillor Stringer might be able to help me on that one, but I'm sure I heard something along those lines. Maybe I'm wrong. Councillor Stringer.
Thank you, Chair. I wasn't putting my hand up for that, but the County Council does indeed own that paved area, although up until a week ago they were denying all knowledge of that. So there is no promise of any upgrade from the County Council, sadly, but there has been extensive talks about trying to get a footpath from this site up to Pound Hill in the existing highway to improve pedestrian safety. But that forms part of the section 278 works on the outline permission. So what I wanted to do, it would be very, very helpful, Alex, if you could point out St Mary's playing field and its relationship to this site, because it does inform why the parish council objected to the difference between the two green space offers. Thank you.
Right,
Can I just,
okay.
before you go on that, you mean the ones
Yes.
that are now being offered, Andrew? Councillor Stringer?
Yes, sorry, Chair. Yeah, obviously there's a whole, actually it's a really good submission, I think, by the parish council. It's quite comprehensive, but it goes into great detail about they were disappointed with the change in the offer, and if you recognise its relationship with the existing St Mary's playing field, that helps explain that situation.
Right. Okay, thank you.
Okay, so I'll go back to the presentation, and if I can get a slide showing St Mary's playing field. So I believe St Mary's playing field is here, adjacent to the site at the top of St Mary's Close. That's as my understanding.
Is that correct, Andrew? Councillor Stringer?
Yeah, that's correct. But if you then show the maps of the original outline,
The original outline, yes.
Yeah. I think in our own papers, I think it's page 70. Anyway, it just helps explain it.
Yeah.
Yes, of course. Yes.
Oh,
So
well, can
the-
you do
the
the one
playing
where
field.
it's got the two? You know, where it's got the
Yes.
that,
Yes.
the other one, and then we can sort of eyeball it together.
So
There.
outline left, what is currently proposed on the right. Yeah, St Mary's playing field in this location. Yes.
Right, thank you. Phil?
Chairman, just to complete the gapping, you asked where that come from. So I had a conversation with county officers about that area of paved surface. I believe Councillor Stringer's been in discussion with them about it. It does need attention and maintenance, being polite about these things. And as I understand it, the county are intending to act on that. So that's in hand. I think if you look at Google Street View, you'll find its condition shows it does need some work. And I think, you know, with the increase in usage here, the county will wisely invest in that little space so that provides a connection that means you don't have to rely on Turkey Hall Lane as a walking route. Thank you, Chairman.
That's very useful. Councillor Mellon, I think it was. Did I see? Yes. Leave that slide up. That might be helpful to Councillor Mellon. You wanted to speak, yes?
Of course.
Yeah, thank you.
I mean, more questions and help from you as well, of course.
Yeah, sure. Alex, you mentioned in your presentation that you're happy to just clarify things on the off-site works. So I hope it's okay to come in with a question on that.
Yeah, sure. Any questions?
Yes, please. Yes.
Yeah. So in the outline permission, there's condition 11, which is about the off-site highway works. So I just need clarification about how that condition is going to be discharged, because it obviously hasn't appeared in the two discharge of conditions applications that we've had. And it seems to sort of very much be based on that one plan that was presented at outline. But I understand there's different plans now in the mix, but I'm not clear how that is going to be exactly passed. I'm assuming it wouldn't come back to this committee just for discharge of that condition.
Well, no, certainly. I mean, it's not usual practice to take discharge of condition applications to committee, as I understand. But yes, I mean, there is there's going to be some difficulty in conforming to that plan, as I understand. Therefore, what we're potentially looking at is a further application to vary that condition, and that would be under section 73 of the Planning Act. And should we as an authority be minded to grant that would sit as a standalone permission, as I understand. So that would.
Chairman, can I just come in on this?
Please.
Yeah. So condition 11 is a requirement, so it's not something to be agreed, it's a what you do. So it specifies a drawing and an expectation. So to that extent, Councilman, we wouldn't actually expect a submission under it. You do it like that. That's what you do, and you do it before occupation. because the conversation about the requirements of that have moved on, the option to change the drawing, the technical detail to align with the section 278 is what's being pursued, and that will follow on from this, I expect. I mean, that's what will need to happen. But as the condition only triggers at occupation, you know, we've got quite a lot of build work, and in terms of ducks in a row, I think what you're seeing is, you know, do this first and then come back to that. But there's been discussion about how to deal with that condition, and the solution is, from my point of view, probably a non-material amendment rather than a material one. A material amendment is a Section 73 application. A non-material amendment is a slightly different beast. If it's a matter of small details within that technical drawing to reflect what actually is or isn't highway, then I think that's non-material. But it wouldn't come back before the committee. It wouldn't in any event have been the matter of a submission. It would be something simply, which is you do it like that. And that was the expectation. So those are the kind of mechanics of it. Does that help at all? And Chairman, whilst I'm on, I noticed you also got hands up from Councillor Muller and from Councillor Norris, if Councillor Mallon hasn't got any other questions that follow on.
Yeah, I think you'll be very easy to get kind of snarled up in a discussion about this, which doesn't form part of what we're discussing today. But I think there's still significant concerns because it's shifted so far from what was proposed and really on what this application is based. There's as you've seen in the bundle, significant concerns from the community and from myself about that off-site works.
Understand that. Thank you, Chairman. Yeah, do understand that.
Thank you. We now have Councillor Muller, please.
Thank you, Chair. Two questions, if I may, please, Chair. The first one relates to paragraph 5.2. Electric car charging points are also proposed within each garage proposed. Can you please advise me what's the position with regarding electrical charging points for the other properties, please? And the second question I have regards on page 31, it's something that the parish council have raised about play equipment suitable for both able-bodied and disabled users of all ages on the open space. Are there plans to put any play equipment on that open space, please? Thanks very much, Alex.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Moore. Yes, in terms of EV charging, I mean, yeah, quite right. Those are proposed to be within the garages. I don't have a proposal in front of me in terms of the other properties which don't have garages. So maybe that's a question for the applicant's agent. We do have them here, so perhaps I can clear that up. In terms of the public or the play space, play equipment proposed, that's secured, as I understand, by Section 106, and further details of equipment provision will need to be negotiated as part of that agreement.
Thank you very much, Alex. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Phil, can you just clarify regarding the charging points at the moment, because we're still waiting?
Yes, Chairman. So
rules.
I understand from the corporate manager for building control that the Part L changes to the building regulations are going to require the inclusion of EV charges from June, and that will be within all new buildings and extensive renovation works. So from our point of view, that's kind of swept up within changes to building regulations, Chairman. Yeah, and as Alex says on the open space point, yeah, the open space scheme is part of the 106 and has to be agreed as part of a separate requirement. Thank you, Chairman. You've got Councillors Norris, Mayor, and Warboys.
Indeed, but just coming back to you on that point, this application has been in prior to any changes, so
I've not checked with the corporate manager regarding any grandfather rights about this. Yeah, so I'd have to. That's a matter.
We can ask the agent and see where you come from on that. Yeah. Yep. Okay, Councillor Norris, then, please.
Thank you, Chair. Page 11, within the responses from National Consultees, the second one down from Anglian Water reads, having reviewed the applicant's foul drainage strategy, consider that the impact on public foul sewerage network has not been adequately addressed at this stage. My question is it intended that any measures will be taken to address this? Thank you.
Well, it's my understanding that the obligation is that the applicant would need to make provision for that. I don't know if any of my senior colleagues can help out with a bit of that.
Well, if that's the case, could this not be conditioned?
So Chairman, just going through it, the outline permission does, and I'm just looking through the document, and obviously it's not a short document, so if you can just bear with me, there is a condition on the outline permission.
Condition 18.
Condition 18, thank you, Gemma. Yes, which requires a foul water strategy to be agreed. So clearly at outline stage, there's some anticipation that how foul water is managed, and there's also surface water management as well as two other conditions, is part of the part of the agreed suite of conditions. So this being reserved matters for layout,
so that is
scale appearance. It is covered all
within the conditions on the original.
Committee have already taken a step to get that.
It was just that they were saying here that at this stage, which I was questioning, so it appeared to be still outstanding, but it's still part of the overall approval. Okay, thank you.
It's not settled from our point of view as officers. No, I don't think we've seen a discharge of condition request yet.
It is confusing when we've got to sort of look at the two aspects of it, and we are literally looking at the layout scale of the buildings and etc. and everything else. It's a bit like a tacit agreement. Well, you can have it, but you can't do it until you do that.
Well, the whole idea of outlines is to get principles agreed. You know, they allow you to invest a certain amount of time and effort in getting a decision, but obviously they do expect that some matters will follow on. Just while I'm on and have the microphone, Chairman, there's also in the table papers, there's a late comment from designing out crime team at the police, and I think, albeit they've made some comments about lighting and the open space arrangements, they're not objecting from what I read in that, Chairman. So just draw that to your attention whilst we're going through the conversation, because I think it was I think on the report you'll see it's one that we were waiting on when we brought this to you.
Yeah, things catch up with us, don't they? Yeah, absolutely. Thank you. Councillor Norris, has that sort of given you the answer you had asked for? Yeah.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, if you take your hand down then. Councillor Mayor, thank you.
Yeah. Construction management plan. My question, I assume that's part of the outline conditions, but if so, how does that relate to the works on Turkey Lane? And a follow-on question, having had a similar development in my own ward where the construction management plan was just largely ignored and villages suffered accordingly, is there anything we can do to strengthen that to ensure the developer adheres to said plan?
Yes, thanks, Councillor Mayor. Yeah, construction management, condition 13, I believe, of the outline planning permission. And yeah, that requires several details, traffic routes, uploading of plant and materials, wheel washing, lighting, location and nature of compounds and storage areas, waste storage and removal, temporary buildings, dust management measures, noise and vibration management, litter management specifically. And that is required prior to commencement. Now, usually that would deal with, I believe, just construction of the site and not off-site highways works, if I'm understanding correctly.
My issue is not the highways works, but if Turkey Lane is going to be part of the access to the site, but we've got off-site works, there's potential for a clash there.
Well, yes, I mean, in terms of the traffic direction, that is part of what the construction management would seek to address.
So we're saying that they would liaise with highways to ensure that the two are done in parallel.
So, Chairman, I mean, we've got from a quick look at the planning history, we do have a submission on condition 23, which is the construction management condition. It was largely designed around biodiversity as an objective, but one of the points of this conversation is to take that away to resolve that with county highways dealing with the section 278 that relates to those highway works. And yes, they do need to be satisfactory together and at the same time. If members think that's something that's significant, if you leave that question with me, I'll have a think about a condition that we might put on this decision in order to ensure that there's coordination so that there's no undue impact from those works, Councillor. So if you can leave that one with me, I'll have a think about that as a potential condition.
Thank you.
I think you're frozen, Mr. Isbell. I think everybody's frozen, are they? Are you frozen?
Don't think
You've just
so,
frozen momentarily, I'm afraid.
And I think Councillor String and Councillor Warboy still have their hand up.
Yeah, but you were just slightly frozen when it
Sorry.
Says bad network quality, call me back. It says, oh my word, maybe that's mine. Right, Councillor Stringer, if you would please, thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Indebted to Councillor Mayer for raising the issue of the highways management, because the parish council has endeavoured to talk to all the developers in Bacton about this issue, because one thing also missing from the presentation was Turkey Hall Lane is the official lorry route in and out of the village to avoid the low bridge for the Norwich-London main line. So all of the traffic for the building sites, of which there are 5 building sites of more than 50 homes in Bacton running at the same time, will be up Turkey Hall Lane. So when the section 278 works are carried out, i.e. Turkey Hall Lane is closed, the management of this is going to be absolutely critical. So, I mean, given that Suffolk County Highways normally only object to something or have a problem with something if it can demonstrate that the impact will be severe, how are we able to get sight of whether the management plan will be acceptable in reality? Because it's not just about the impact of getting in and out of this site, it's the impact of also delivering all the other sites that have been approved in this area.
Shall I come back in on that, Chairman?
Yes, please do.
Yeah. So my experience is that documents exchanged between planning authorities and developers sometimes don't always sweep in the necessity to actually have the individuals who are site managers on the ground party to this conversation. So just going through the outline permission, condition 13 related to the construction management plan, we couldn't and shouldn't reimpose that condition, but I think in terms of this layout and its delivery, we can certainly seek a condition to ensure that any details under that are demonstrated to manage the relationship with any off-site highway works. And to be honest, the applicant is here. If you hear from them, I think there's probably what I would call a common sense local conversation required between the developers actually constructing the site, the parish, and probably ourselves, as a conversation about what and how that is managed on the ground. Because for all of the pieces of paper that we exchange, it is usually most useful to actually have a direct telephone number from the chap who is the site manager through to the parish council, and an understanding that that line of communication is open to dialogue. And Councillor Stringer, if you can assist with that, that would be helpful, because I think that's entirely territory for county and district members to kind of make sure everybody is talking in real time.
I was actually, what I was trying to do was, that conversation's being had and the majority of the developers are speaking with the parish council and our good selves to try and sort this out. My fear is that in between the documents going to county and ourselves with perhaps not all the information, that we actually inadvertently approve something that undoes some of that work that's going on the ground. That's my concern. I think my concern is there any chance we can have sight of what is proposed, just to make sure that there isn't any errors in that would create what we don't want to create, i.e. catastrophic circumstances. I mean, we've got 2 sites running at the moment. We've had up to 3 diversions in the same village within the same week already, and this is getting increasingly at odds with highway safety and actually the safe delivery of these housing sites.
Okay, Chairman. Well, I think that's something that we can certainly, let's hear what the applicant's got to say about that. They'll have heard this conversation. I think that in relation to the details you have here, you can impose a condition to ensure that these elements are given attention in relation to the management of construction, and that point of dialogue is built in. And I think that's a conversation to follow on from this, Chairman. If Councillor Stringer has already got those conversations going on with Bacton Parish Council and Councillor Mellon has those, however it happens, I think it rather than create some formality of undertaking the point in a meeting like this, I think is really to say we actually need to make sure those conversations are tied together between the individuals involved, and that might well involve Alex getting directly involved in dialogue with yourselves as that condition goes through our process, because the way we handle conditions is partly supported within our support team and partly by officers, so that they work together, and that there's more than one person involved in this conversation to achieve that discharge. Thank you, Chairman.
I think that's very useful all round. Right, so we're sort of pretty informal here at the moment, and we will continue to be so. So I think we've got all the hands have been given the opportunity. So if we move on, we have I'm just trying to think of the order. We have the applicant here, you said. We don't have the parish council, is that correct? Alicia, who have we got on this?
That's correct, Chair. We don't have the parish council or an objector or a supporter, but we do have the agent, Jake Lambert. He's here.
Right, okay, then Mr. Lambert, if you're hearing our discussions going on here, so if you'd like to give us your 3 minutes, and then members might want to sort of query 1 or 2 things with you. So if you'd like to take that away, please. Thank you, Alicia. I'll leave it to you.
Certainly, yeah. Thanks, Chair, and thanks everyone for the opportunity to speak today. The report provided by your officer, as well as today's presentation, are very comprehensive. But I'd like to say a few points about the application, which, if permitted, will secure the delivery of much needed housing, including policy compliant affordable housing, on a committed development site. Following deferral of the planning application from Development Committee on 6th of June and 4th of August 2021, a programme of meetings were held with the Parish Council and local community in Bacton in August and September 2021 to comprehensively review and refine the proposed development. In particular, the open space provision was revisited and a solution was identified which maximised benefits for both existing and future residents, while addressing surveillance and security concerns raised by members previously. The relationship between existing development on North Close has also been comprehensively revised, with the previously proposed apartment block relocated and replaced with 2 detached dwellings for a more spacious outlook for these properties. Affordable housing has also been redistributed more evenly throughout the site to respond to concerns raised by members and the Council's housing team. Furthermore, as Alex mentioned, an addendum to verify the ecological appraisal associated with the outline planning consent has been undertaken as requested by members at the August 2021 committee. The addendum report concluded that the site remains suitable for development and the mitigation measures outlined in the approved construction and environmental management plan are suitable. The addendum report has been endorsed and approved by the Council's ecological advisors. The amended scheme has received no objections from technical statutory consultees, including the highway and flood authorities. As part of ongoing engagement with the Parish Council, works at Turkey Hall Lane have been reviewed carefully and a safe and deliverable solution has been agreed with the local community and the Highway Authority. In conclusion, Flagship have comprehensively revisited the scheme with the local community, resulting in a better development. The proposal represents a high quality, sustainable solution to bring forward a committed development site in the emerging local plan. Just to add on top of that, the Flagship Housing Group is a registered provider of social and affordable housing who reinvest any profit made from the sale of their properties into providing more affordable homes throughout East Anglia. This model of profit for purpose provides funding to aid with Flagship's vision to solve the housing crisis in the East, which these much needed high quality homes will contribute towards. We therefore respectfully request that council resolve to approve this application in accordance with officers' recommendations. I'm joined today by Peter Waplington from Flagship Housing Group, and would be happy to respond to any questions you may have. So thanks very much for your time.
Thank you. Do members have questions for Mr. Lambert, please? Councillor Mellon.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Can you just confirm what is the timetable with the off-site works? My understanding, I think, from our previous discussion was that you were going to do the widening to Turkey Hall Lane first before you got onto anything else on the site.
That's my understanding. I'd say a construction method statement, as Alex mentioned, that's been submitted as part of condition to discharge condition 13 of the outline planning consent as part of a separate application away from this reserved matters application. And yeah, in terms of timing of work, that's kind of the first phase ultimately, works to Turkey Hall Lane.
Yeah, so nothing else will be going on site until you've got the road sorted out.
That's my understanding.
Thank you.
Councillor Muller.
Thank you, Chair. Just to clarify the point I raised earlier, Mr. Lambert, what is the position regarding electric car charging points on other properties other than those with garages, please?
Yeah, so Alex mentioned already that all properties with garages will be provided with a EV charging point. That's 27 in total, and so a sustainability statement was submitted, again as part of a separate application to discharge condition 19 of the outline consent, and as I say, it's those 27 dwellings that will be served by those EV charging points. The environmental sustainability officer at the council is happy with that and has kind of endorsed that approach. So that's as my understanding, that's what the applicant will be proceeding with, as agreed with officers as part of that separate application.
So there are no plans to put electrical charging points on the other properties?
Peter, I don't know if that's an opportunity for you to come in on that, but as I say, the strategy that's been put forward has been agreed with this kind of the sustainability officer already, and that's my understanding. But yeah, Peter, if you'd like to come in on any future provision, that's all.
Yeah, by all means. Thank you for pointing in my direction. Just to advise you, Councillor Muller, that yes, we are looking at renewables and these points and issues. Obviously, with regards to EV charging points, this is something that is on our agenda to look at. We are looking to provide EV charging points to houses without garages also. This will be revised and revisited upon final completion of the drawing packs. So yes, we will be looking to put EV charging points on dwellings without garages also. Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Maybe, Mr. Isbell, you can mark that as one of your points for review. Yes, Councillor Mayer, you have a question too. Thank you.
Thank you. Gentlemen, the roads within the development, will they be built to adoptable standard and will they be offered to Suffolk County Council for adoption?
They will indeed, yes. Yes, we would be building them to adoptable standard and we will be looking to have them adopted under a Section 38 agreement.
Excellent, thank you.
Thank you very much. That's fine. I don't see any more questions for the applicant or Mr. Lambert, so thank you for your attendance. We will go, and although we're debating as we're going along, we will debate a little more, and if there's something that you might need to help us with, I'm sure we can call you in this type of meeting. So if you'd like to switch your videos off for the time being, and I think it's now Councillor, sorry, Councillor Caston, you had a question. Sorry, that's a late one there. And I see Councillor, that's it, yes. Councillor Caston, just a moment, yes.
Yeah, my apologies, Madam Chair. I was very late. In fact, you were wrapping up that part as I put my hand up. It just occurred to me to ask if there's any plans to adopt the SUDs, the drainage systems, or and how the maintenance on those will be handled going forward.
Okay. Yeah, so as part of the outline consent, one of the conditions as part of that was to agree the surface water drainage strategy in detail. And as I say, a separate application has gone in to do just that, and the Flood Authority are happy with what's proposed, and kind of management procedures have been packaged up as part of that as well. So as I say, the kind of management procedures and how that will be arranged has been agreed with the Flood Authority as part of that separate application.
Okay, are there any plans for Anglia Water to adopt any of them, or to offer them to Anglia Water?
Again, just going back to that, those separate applications to discharge conditions. I believe it's condition 18. I believe is requires agreement of the foul water drainage strategy. And again, that's been done as part of the separate application. Anglia Water are happy with the scheme proposed as part of that application. And yes, I believe that they would be looking after foul sewers that are built as part of this development.
Yeah, but sorry, this is the maintenance of the drainage system, the 2 ponds. If eventually they get silted up or anything, is there something in place to deal with that? Is there a management company or any way of dealing with that? Sorry, I probably could have been a bit clearer with that question.
If I may, Councillor Caston, yes, there will be a management company employed on this scheme, and they will be looking after that. So it will form part of our management company charges and will be looked after. They will be maintained to Flagship's high standards also.
Okay, thank you.
Chairman, if I can just come in on that. I mean, there are, I think, 3 conditions on the outline permission that deal with surface water, effectively managing the way in which it's dealt with. And you've got a surface water management plan, which is an inherent part of that, which in due course we will consult the lead flood authority on. So we have a close eye on the surface water management, and obviously the foul water is a different aspect. Can I, bearing in mind this isn't a formal meeting, perhaps I can just come back to the point that Councillor Stringer raised with me around, and that others had talked about in relation to construction management, and just make sure that Mr. Lambert, Mr. Wolpington are understanding that we need to establish clear points of contact on site. They've got a requirement to detail the construction management plan. I would expect that to include contact details and an arrangement for liaison locally, so that as we don't have to have the situation that we've had elsewhere, where I have to send the enforcement officer out to have a polite word with somebody, which then leads to all things escalating up chain. If we better practically, if we can sort this out so that that direct point of contact for both ward members, for ourselves and for the parish council exists, to build in dialogue direct when the site construction starts. And I don't know if I can just turn that question over to the 2 gentlemen. That would be really helpful to hear their thoughts on that.
Indeed, thank you, Mr. as well. Yes, we have already open dialogue with Bacton Parish Council, to which Councillor Stringer was party to, where we did meet with the other construction companies that's working in the area, and we have already open dialogue on how we would look to develop a construction management plan in accordance with Bacton Parish Council's requirements, so the ways in and out of the village, how we would then look to manage that construction management plan. And we do already have the buy-in of other developers in the area as well. So we would be looking for site managers to have individuals, so their own telephone numbers, so they could be in contact. Going down Turkey Hall Lane as well, we would look to manage that from our site perspective as well, with banksmen at the top, banksmen at the bottom, to ensure that that there is safe passageway through that area, because that is the main bone of contention here. Is we are going down to a single track lane, and we are looking at heavy goods vehicles going down this. So we do have agreements with I believe 3 of the developers. one of the developers didn't want to attend that meeting with the parish council, but that is something that we continue to work with the parish council and Councillor Stringer and Malin to make sure this is resolved, and that will be provided to Alex and yourself in due course once we've agreed everything.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, Chairman.
Thank you very much. Thank you, gentlemen. As I say, we may call you in as it moves forward, but we now have Councillor Mellon, who's the ward member, if you'd like to give us your views on this. And of course, as we move forward, we can continue to include you if something crops up that you can give us some help with on this. So thank you. Over to you.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. As you've seen, committee members, this application has gone through several revisions before reaching the current layout. And I'm happy to say that I think this process has improved the layout of the development and dealt with most of the concerns that residents and the parish council and myself were holding. The application has come before the committee previously twice and been deferred on both occasions. I'm very glad to see the improvements that have been made subsequently. The removal of the apartment block and the parking court and the undercroft. I think this is a significant concern for neighbouring residents, so I'm glad that that has been amended. I have had concerns raised by two neighbours, the residents of the listed Turkey Hall immediately adjacent to the site and the residents of Elder Cottage, which is further downstream. Both are concerned about surface water exceeding the capacity of the ditch system. The open space has been moved around and I'm now reasonably happy with the layout, with the green space more dispersed across the site. The overwhelming concern, as I've raised earlier this morning, is the access via Turkey Hall Lane. Not only is this a single track lane, but it is also a route for school buses and HGVs avoiding the low railway bridge at Pound Hill. Now, the original applicants promoted this site on the promise that Turkey Hall Lane would be widened to 5.5 metres from the new estate access up to Pound Hill, essentially making it a two-lane road. Now, this was fundamental to the decision to grant outline permission, and it was enshrined in condition 11 of the outline consent. But having found that 5.5 metres cannot be delivered, we now have alternative proposals, which on page 19 of the report, we're told that highways and engineers have informally agreed to. And as Mr. Isbell said earlier, this will likely be passed as a minor amendment. It's extremely frustrating that the series of decisions mean that this site has essentially been promoted on a fundamentally false premise. I know of no other development of this size, 51 homes, where the access is via a single track road, which is also a lorry and a bus route. And from what I've seen, the solution proposed is going to deliver a permanent problem for all vehicles in this area. But I'm happy with all other aspects of the scheme. I'm very happy that Flagship have engaged with the parish council and the local community and have promised to continue to do so. But the access remains a major concern. Now the developers have said they will do the access first, but the chief planning officer says it will only has to be done before occupation. So I find myself somewhat confused. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, well, perhaps Mr. Isbell can just clarify the last point you made. Can we?
Oh, certainly, Chairman. Yes, absolutely. Yes, happy to do that. So the point is that you can do it anytime you like, but if you don't do it by the time you occupy the dwellings, my enforcement team will be coming knocking on the door. So the question is really, it's up to, if they say they're going to do that first, that's absolutely fine, but it's not required by the condition. So it's a matter of developer's choice, and to that extent, doing the timing of it is for the developer. The point from our point of view in highway improvement terms is that the enhanced traffic issues only occur once you start to have the residents occupying the dwelling.
Okay, well, we'll sit on that one for the moment. And I saw Alex shaking his head when the first thing about 5.5 metres. Alex, were you just shaking your head or got a flea buzzing around you?
Apologies for the body language. Yeah, no, that was just in agreement with what Councillor Mellon had said. Yeah, from what I understand, 5.5 is, as originally advertised, if you will, is doubtful, as I understand. That was all, Chair.
Right, thank you. Now, again, do members have further questions for Councillor Mellon? But again, we can sort of include you, Councillor, as the debate moves forward in this informal meeting, if that's helpful. Right. Okay. Well, we've had what I think is almost really good debate moving through. So I don't know how anybody wants to take this forward, but people who haven't spoken, because we need to give Philip a steer on things, does everybody want to sort of have another go? Do you want to, who hasn't spoken, for example?
I think Councillor Warboys, sorry.
Yeah, Councillor Warboys, let's hear from you if you would, please. Thank you.
Yes, I think, you know, looking through the layout and the plans, and the comments from the police about how it has improved surveillance and the rest. I think there has been very effective dialogue between the planning officers and the developers. My biggie, Councillor Mellon and Councillor Stringer, you know, I've gone through the question regarding Turkey Hall Lane and access, and the need, and Chris Isabel has responded, you know, some very common sense suggestions about the need for dialogue and how the works will commence. That is my biggest concern. I've driven down Turkey Hall Lane, you know, and it isn't a very good route for lorries and buses, and I'm just wondering how that could be tightened up to make sure that those works to Turkey Hall Lane are carried out before this site is developed. Simply, it is, you know, we often really place the emphasis on the harm of a developed site. To my mind, at the moment, the greatest harm here is going to occur while the site is being developed. So I think the emphasis for me is on that, and I'd like that to sort of be really reassured.
Thank you for that, Councillor Warboys.
Do you want me to come in there, Chairman?
Yes.
Yeah. So, firstly, the road widening that was discussed and imposed as a condition came out, I think, originally as everyone's reasonable belief that was achievable within the highway, and clearly the applicant didn't know the bounds of the highway, but we were all working on best of educated understanding at the time the outline decision came through. Nobody appealed the decision to challenge its reasonableness. It wasn't a decision that was subject to judicial review, so everything rolled forward, and the condition now exists on the Planning Commission to require it. I think to that extent, you know, the usual approach to imposing conditions is can they probably be achieved? Balance of probability. You know, 50.1%. Can these things be achieved? And I think at the time of the decision, if I've asked anybody involved in the decision making, there would have been a belief, certainly from an officer side, that 51% was satisfied. I think it's probably certainly true that construction traffic, we've got a standard construction management condition on this decision. I think what I'm hearing here needs probably what will actually just simply bolster the conversations already happening as a condition to make sure that these details come forward in the right way and in the right coordination, so that the kind of inconvenience and the kind of obstacles that might occur by the use of Turkey Hall Lane whilst construction is going on are, as far as possible, minimised. And I'm familiar with the nature of Turkey Hall Lane. I cycle along it very regularly, so I know its state, its nature, and its limitations. So I think that's a point well made. And in terms of managing, you can never absolutely manage out all of the potential risks, but clearly there is something here which needs to ensure that there is effective coordination and, as far as possible, management as these details come forward and as those works happen, which I'm taking away as a condition that needs to be included in what we achieve here, Chairman. I think that's probably as far as I'll leave it there.
Yeah, thanks. We've got Councillor Caston, then Councillor Stringer, and then I'll say a few words. Councillor Caston.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman. So a lot of the Turkey Hall Lane part that I wanted to talk about has been, I think it's been dealt with reasonably well in the last minute or so. So I think this is a good layout. I think the density is good. It's a nice development to live in. I think that condition 18 is really important to me. That is that I don't really know what level condition 18 goes to, but I wouldn't like to see a sewage works there that puts out any sewage in heavy rainfall, high groundwater or snow like some do. I think it's completely unnecessary, and it must have capacity over exactly how many houses are on there, because we all know that people connect to sewers when they shouldn't. But I think that's dealt with condition 18. The EV charging points on there, I think every single one of those houses should be able to take an EV charging point. That's consumer units and wiring. I don't know if we actually got there or whether that was a promise made by the developer. But apart from that, yeah, I can see the worries about Turkey Hall Lane. I think we're maybe doing the best we can do with that. And yeah, I obviously don't need to propose anything because that's not what we're doing in this meeting. But I'm for this development.
Thank you very much indeed. And Councillor Stringer, please.
Thank you, Chair. We're looking at reserve matters here, and I think the amount of time we've had to take on this reserve matters has been in inverse proportion to the quality of the original outline decision, frankly. What we now have, I think, is a high quality design in almost every aspect. It often, you might say, it shouldn't be that hard to get to this position, because this is what all our policies push us towards. High quality design is built into all of our plans. So this is where we should arrive at. Anyway, we've now arrived at a layout which actually is more than acceptable. It does offer less of a connected green space to the existing green space, which you can see why the parish council felt, as it were, shortchanged. But I think I have to just go back to that original decision and how it affects the highway and connectivity. Councillor Warboys was absolutely spot on when he said, how can we tighten this up? Well, of course, in fact, we can't, because it's already gone. The highways connection was already granted permission, and all it had to do was just be signed off by County Council Highways. There needs to be, and Mr. Isbell quite rightly said, we weren't aware at the time about these problems that this would create. We, in all reasonableness, we had all reasonable belief this would be okay. You had that reasonable belief because you don't allow that correspondence that challenges the county council's position from the elected councillor at your meetings. So with that just out there, I think we've got there in the end, just about, but it could have been an awful lot easier had we have had a tighter outline permission that had all of the facts before it. Thank you, Chair. But if I was having a vote, I'd be voting for this application in its present form. But what I'd love to have been able to do, and this is the sad fact, we are now about to approve detailed permission, and we still can't tell people exactly what works are going to be carried out in that highway, which actually is the cart before the horse, frankly.
Thank you for that, Councillor Stringer. Councillor Muller?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Yes, I too am really happy with this revised application. And like Councillor Stringer, if we were having a vote on this, I would actually be voting for it. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you for that. Councillor Mayer?
Thanks, Chair. Yes, I support this application. I've been a councillor for 3 years now, and you learn as you go along. And the one thing that I take from this and other applications is when we're considering outline applications, we need to look and consider access to the site in more detail. Whatever precautions and preparations we would put in place, when this site is being developed, it is going to be a nightmare for the village. I've had it in my own ward, and it's currently unavoidable at the moment, but we as the councillors need to take far more cognizance of how are these vehicles going to get to the site to deliver what's proposed. But yeah, it's a good development. I will support.
Thank you for that, Councillor. I was very grateful for Councillor Stringer bringing up the issue that, in fact, we have done an awful lot on really what was the previous application, and that we hadn't concentrated too much on what we were viewing today. But clearly the other issues I felt needed airing and running, which is what we allowed the meeting to do. I too look at the design, and I think the improvement is really good, and I welcomed Alex Scott's comparison of the before and after. I thought that was very useful, and I think the designs on the properties are much improved. I too take into account the access. I've had a very similar thing here, but with smaller numbers, Councillor Stringer. So I have. My heart goes out to everybody and Councillor Mellon on this, but I'm hoping that good sense will prevail, and I hope we don't put the cart before the horse, because that really would aggravate everything and make things unpleasant. So I hope that Mr. Isbell can go away with the view that that access would be better done first rather than later, and that anything else, the improvements between the county with the county councillor and the parish council, and I do see that there's been a lot of work with the parish council, although you can please some of the people some of the time, but not all the time. But I think many of the aspects have been much improved. So I too would like an application like this to go forward, and if we were voting, I would be encouraged with what we've heard today. So, Mr. Isbell, do you want to sum up what you think you've heard, and I'll correct you if I think you've heard incorrectly?
Thank you, Chairman. Yes, so I think where we've got to, hearing what's been said in this discussion, I'm minded to accept the recommendation to approve these reserve matters. I have heard quite a lot of conversation about the importance of ensuring that construction management is knitted together so that any off-site highway works and the other developments in the village are coordinated effectively. And I think this is one of those unusual cases where the reserve matters here and their delivery, it makes sense for us to include a condition so that the reserve matters are that coordination happens in essence through an additional condition, Chairman, so that the delivery of the 278 works, the delivery of these matters are all knitted together, and that the construction management plan required under the outline includes, identifiable points of contact with phone numbers and, ways of actually directly making a link, at that most local level so that it can be most immediate and most effective. And I was heartened by what I heard from Mr. Lambert and Mr. Warpington, but I think it still gives members reassurance to include a condition to ensure that that submission is under the outline is picked up as we sign off these reserve matters. I also picked up a requirement to look closely at the EV charging points and to include a condition requiring those, and I was intending to do that. as far as the matter of surface water drainage and foul water drainage, I mean, we consult. We do consult both the Flood Authority and Anglian Water for advice on those matters, and we would expect to do that as part of the details of the outline. What I'm getting here, I think, is there's quite a lot of interest in making sure this happens in a way which everyone understands is doing its best to try and minimise impact. I think one way of doing that is for my officers to engage in a bit more direct dialogue about the plan to discharge all the conditions to deliver the development, and to get that programme timetable in a format that we can share between the developers, ourselves, and the applicant. And that's not a decision notice point, Chairman, but I'm going to take that away as a thing to ask Alex or area manager to follow up, so that we knit together all of the various, the surface water flooding, the foul water flooding, the management of traffic issues, so that nobody gets any nasty surprises, because I think that's going to be for the best for the community here. So with that in mind, Chairman, effectively I'm taking it that I've got a couple of extra conditions to add around construction management, around EV charging, and to effectively ensure my officers build that link with the ward member and the county ward member, so that we're all on one page. Because I know obviously Councillor Stringer's raised issues with the highways team about the improvement of the paved area, etc., and so bringing all this together, that's what we should do as a local in local government, rather than be separate authorities, Chairman.
Yes, that's interesting, because I've got 3 things down here that I hoped you'd bring up, which was the traffic management plan, the EV, the widening, and actually I put water question mark. So I think you've picked up everything we've said. So I think on that basis now, if we can have a short break, 10 minutes, and thank everybody for their input. And just, as I say, have a short 10-minute break if we may. Well, thank you very much and welcome back to this informal meeting. I will now ask the case officer, Rose Walton, to introduce the next matter that we're going to be discussing, which is DC 21-03874, Moat Meadow, Finningham Road, Old Newton, Suffolk. Good morning. So, Rose, if you'd like to make your presentation. Thank you very much.
Good morning, everyone. Please bear with me just a second while I load up the presentation. Okay, can everybody see that in full screen?
Yep.
Yep. Okay, brilliant. So this application is a full application for the erection of 47 dwellings with 16 affordables, together with open space, landscaping, earthworks and drainage at Moat Meadow, Finningham Road, Old Newton. The application site is in the village of Old Newton, which is identified as a primary village within the current Mid-Suffolk core strategy. This presentation is designed only to provide illustration and should be considered in conjunction with the associated report, which you all should have had access to. The main planning issues associated with this application involve the principle of development, design, impact to heritage assets, landscape, highway safety, residential amenity and ecology. These are discussed throughout the presentation. The pink area is the site. You can see the village to the south and Brookyard Farm to the north, which has a listed building. The green line is the current settlement boundary of Old Newton, and the pink area is the application site. As you can see, it abuts the settlement boundary. In terms of constraints, the site is the pink area here. There is a grade 2 listed building here, a grade 2 listed building here, and a scheduled ancient monument here, which is the moat that runs around Brookyard Farm. In terms of the wider context of the site and its connectivity, this is the site. There are some services within the village, including a shop here, a takeaway restaurant here, a church here, and a primary school here. With the extended footpath as part of this proposal, which will be adjacent to the site, these are all considered to be in a safe and accessible walking distance for pedestrians. The footpathed areas are here and here. The footpath then stops and is followed by a short distance of road with wide grass verges. These then stop and connect to a public right-of-way leading to the school across here. And this is how the main bulk of the village would currently access these services by foot. Outline permission under application 18666/17 was granted in 2019 on this site for the erection of up to 56 dwellings, which was then conditioned to be no more than 47 dwellings. The outline consent included the approval of the layout, landscaping and access, and this is the approved layout plan of that application. Therefore, the principle need not be considered further as it has already been established. I'm going to show you the layout plan as proposed now. If I could draw your attention to the north side of the site and the east side, you will see that this application is providing more open space. I will go back and play that again for you. This is the proposed site plan in a basic form. As you can see, it largely follows the layout design of the previously approved application, with open space to the east and access running through the centre. But as you saw from the previous slide, there is an increase in open space. This is a rough guide on what the proposal is likely to look like from an aerial view, with the existing development to the south. And this is the proposed housing mix. There is a mix of 2-bedroom, as shown in the purple and orange, 3-bedroom in the yellow and blue, and 4-bedroom in the green. There will be 16 affordable properties, a mix of affordable rent and shared ownership. The affordable rent properties are located here, identified by the blue stars, and the shared ownership are located here, identified by the green stars. Before I take you through the design of the proposed dwellings, I thought it might be useful to see the direct local character of the area. I will be showing some photos of house types along the roads here, here and here, which are in direct proximity to the site. The design of many of these dwellings are considered to be a little out of date and not of a design character that we would want to replicate on a new development, which ought to be of a higher quality and more traditional design. The proposed scheme has 5 house types: a 2-bedroom for person occupancy, a 3-bedroom 5-person occupancy, a 4-bedroom 6-person occupancy, a 2-bedroom 3-person occupancy, and a 3-bedroom 4-person occupancy. All would be NDSS compliant with air source heat pumps. They will all be electricity only and will provide a site-wide energy saving of 57.06% and CO2 emissions reduction of 35.97% is anticipated. This is an example of a street scene view showing dwellings along the frontage facing the open space, as well as through the centre of the site. The Parish Council and the Heritage Officer have raised concerns regarding the design and materials of the dwellings. The Heritage Officer considers that the referencing of buildings, architecture and materials that are found in Old Newton has only been achieved to a very limited degree. The Heritage Officer considers the built form outcome appearing somewhat repetitive could be significantly improved with higher quality natural materials and an increase in design diversity with greater variation in house types. The applicant has made efforts to improve the design already, and whilst the limited variation and diversity of the dwellings has been cited, it is worth noting that the character of this area of Old Newton is modern, with many gold brick bungalows, which we saw in the photos on the previous slide. The dwellings closest to the moat have been uplifted to feature design tweaks with contrasting corner bricks, a string course, porches and finials, all of which are considered to contribute positively to the local character. That said, and whilst acknowledging that the scheme has been approved at the eastern end in the setting of the moat, we are keen to negotiate a further uplift in design and ask for this matter to be delegated to officers following this informal meeting. So up on the screen now is an example of the uplifted design. These would face the open space on the northeastern side of the site, closest to the moat. As you can see, they would have scroll finial ridge tiles, contrasting brick string course and brick coins with a front door canopy and seated posts. This is another example of the design throughout the development. These would be located through the centre of the site, showing a mix of materials with brick and render. And this is another example of a row of 3 terrace properties, which would be found throughout the site with a brick string course. This is an example of a street scene view on the western side of the site facing Silver Street and running through the centre of the site. This is an example of the dwellings that would face onto Silver Street with the brick string course and contrasting brick coins. This is a front and side view of those dwellings that were just shown, showing the mix of materials and design. And a row of 3 with the brick string course facing the attenuation basin, which faces Silver Street. This is the material schedule. The red dots show the properties would have double Roman rustic brown tiling. The red outline dwellings would be orange and red multi-tone facing brick with flat top brick arch lintels expressed in buff brick. They would also have horizontal brick bands and brick coins. The yellow outline dwellings would have buff multi-tone facing brick with flat top brick arch lintels expressed in orange and red brick and horizontal brick bands, and the yellow outline dwellings with the blue outline front area would have masonry render to light muted colour tone, with the side and rear being buff multi-tone facing brick with flat top brick arch lintels expressed in orange and red brick. The access would be located on the eastern side with the existing access no longer used. The grey areas show the vehicle access and the orange areas show the pedestrian and cycle paths. There would also be an extended footpath from the access to join with the existing footpath to the south. There is a ditch that runs along the eastern edge of the site. The footways and vehicle access would form bridges over the ditch. I just wanted to make it clear at this stage that the applicant has proposed to relocate the telegraph pole on the southeast edge of the site. I'll just bring that up closer for you. As highlighted here, it would be moved into the site. So currently it is located on a grass verge just on the corner and will be moved into the site. This is to make way for the pedestrian footway along Finningham Road, which will take place of the grass verge. The SCC Highway Authority accepts the principle of the creation of a new vehicle access on Finningham Road. This is the access on the western side of the site with pedestrian and cycle access onto Silver Street and to the residential area on Faulkner Avenue. A relocation of the speed limit on Finningham Road is required to ensure an acceptable highway safety outcome, and the Highway Authority advises that a monetary contribution from the applicant of £11,500 is necessary. The SCC Highway Authority have asked for an additional plan in their referral response. This is the one I just showed you of the relocation of the telegraph pole. The Highway Authority have no objection to this. This is the parking strategy across the site. Each dwelling would have their own allocated spaces. This is a closer image of the eastern side. So you can see each dwelling is colour coordinated with their own parking spaces. For example, this purple dwelling would have these two purple spaces here. This is a close-up image of the western side. In total, there will be 98 allocated parking spaces and 12 visitor spaces. In heritage terms, the key heritage character issue is the impact of the development on the two adjacent northern designated heritage assets, those being the Grade 2 listed building at Rookyard Farm here, and the double moat designated as a scheduled ancient monument here. The heritage bodies of Historic England, the Heritage Officer and the Garden Trust all observe that the current layout is an overall improvement on the earlier scheme. The current scheme omits housing on the eastern end with the provision of open green space deliberately incorporated in the most immediately sensitive area of heritage significance, thereby preserving the setting of both heritage assets. This is a recent photograph of the site, with the moat being on the right-hand side of the photo. And this is a photo from the site looking across the moat towards the listed building. You can only just view the listed building through the trees here. The heritage officers have identified a less than substantial level of harm, which has been weighed against the public benefits of the scheme, which have been outlined within the report. A landscaping master plan has been provided showing the retention of the hedgerow and trees along the frontage of the site, as well as additional planting throughout. The open space to the front would be wildflower meadow, and the open space surrounding the attenuation basins would be a mix of wildflower and wetland meadows. This is the boundary plan. The green areas on the northern side are 3-metre wild grassland strip and existing hedgerow. The purple lines are 1.8-metre brick walls matching the adjoining house. The orange lines are 1.8-metre close bordered vertical timber fencing. The blue lines are 1.8-metre close bordered vertical timber fencing set parallel with the existing boundary. And the yellow line, which is quite hard to see, but it's around this basin here, are 0.45-metre timber post and knee rail fence on the retaining wall. In terms of residential amenity, there are significant back-to-back distances, and the site is not elevated compared to the existing residential development to the south. The majority of existing dwellings have long rear gardens, and their boundary treatments will be retained. The proposed scheme also offers garden sizes on the south boundary that are reasonably long. On this basis, the proposal is not considered to cause any adverse harm to residential amenity to warrant refusal. The applicant has provided a significant volume of ecology-related documentation, including an impact assessment and conservation payment certificate countersigned by Natural England. All of the submitted documentation has been reviewed by the ecology consultant, who raises no objection. The consultant confirms that the mitigation measures identified in the ecological impact assessment and the method statement for reptiles should be secured and implemented in full, which can be secured by a condition. The Section 106 agreement shall include affordable housing, tenure and mix, an affordable housing commuted sum of £34,171, a speed limit relocation contribution of £11,500, as well as on-site open space, and includes management of the space to be agreed and requirement for public access at all times. Just for reference, I'll take you through some recent photos. This is a photo of the site from the existing access, which will no longer be used as part of the proposal. The aerial image shows where I was approximately standing when the photo was taken, highlighted by the yellow star, showing which direction the viewpoint is looking toward. This is a photo from the existing access with the moat on the right-hand side. Photo of the moat. This is a photo across the site looking southwest. This is a photo looking south along the frontage of the site where the open space will be. This is a photo of the existing access, which will no longer be used. This is the site looking south down Finningham Road. And this is looking north up Finningham Road. And the recommendation is approval. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. That was very helpful, a very good run through, lots of things there. I just have, I know other members will have questions, but I just have a question. You said on that last bit there that the access will no longer be used, but when will that no longer be used?
I think that question might be better answered by the agent, but from the conditions, they will need to implement the access as a first protocol, so it wouldn't be used for much longer.
Right, okay. So thank you for that. So I'm sorry I've jumped in ahead of everyone. Do we have questions for the officer, please? We had a nice full explanation there. I'm sure there were lots of questions jumping out. Anybody want to ask anything? I see a hand. Councillor Mayer.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks for the presentation, Rose. Question on sustainability. I see that the consultee put in a series of requirements, and one of them hasn't been met, an electric charging point per dwelling. Can you add any more information around that, please?
Yes, so an electric vehicle infrastructure, the ducting and suitable consumer unit will be implemented for each dwelling, and we can ensure that by condition.
So is that not on the conditions at the moment? Have we not got that there?
Well, Simon Davison says in his note of 1st of November, many thanks for your going. I've a few comments to add. While the energy sustainability addresses most of the conditions, an electric charging point per dwelling is missing. So we're saying that just the cabling will put in, but not the charging point.
Chairman, I think if you look at the list of conditions,
that's what
as I read it, electric charge, so sustainability electric charging point per dwelling. So I think Rose has possibly already covered that.
Yeah, I highlighted that. I was just trying to look at it quickly. It's halfway down, isn't it? Sustainability electric charging point per dwelling.
Thank you.
Yeah, no, it's easily done, because when you asked the question, I thought, oh, I'm sure it was there, but I couldn't remember. So thank you for that. Any further questions, Councillor Mayer?
No, thank you.
Right, lovely. Councillor Mellon, please.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, thanks to Rose for a very, very comprehensive presentation. Just had a question mark on the access to Silver Street at the other end of the site. I understand there's going to be a fairly wide sort of footway and cycleway there. What's to prevent cars going right through the site onto Silver Street?
I don't have that information to hand. From my knowledge, the access possibly wouldn't be wide enough for motor vehicles to access, but I will be able to confirm that with the agent.
Yeah, perhaps you can ask that question to the agent. Do we have the agent here? We do, don't we? Alicia?
Sorry, Chair, could you just repeat that?
Do we have the agent here for this one?
We do. Miss Holland should be here.
Sorry?
Miss Holland should be here. She is the agent. Sorry,
right,
Chair.
we'll ask the question of her later, if you'd like to hold that one there, Councillor.
Thank you.
Yeah. And next we have Councillor Wellham, please.
Thank you, Chair. I've got rather a lot of questions, but they should be fairly straightforward. The fence, the 0.45 fence on the retaining wall, I didn't realise there was a retaining wall. I thought that there were sloped sides to the balancing pond. Is there a retaining wall, and if so, what's the height of the retaining wall, please? But if you want to leave that for later, that's fine.
Well, hang on. Why don't we do a question at a time if you've got quite a lot, and then because I can't write as quick, and we'll get the answers.
Yes, so in relation to the retaining wall, I think the agent might be able to answer that a bit better than I can. Okay. But the basin will be sloped.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Thank you.
Right, next. Yeah, do go on.
Now, I'm a bit concerned about, or would like to understand a bit more about the estate road adoption. Am I right that the estate road will not be adopted by county highways?
Yes, I believe that is correct. I don't know, Mark, can you chime in here at all?
I will have. Hello, everyone. Good morning. I'm just going to check through what the Highway Authority was saying and get back to you. That's okay.
Yeah, that'd be great, Mark. Thank you.
Well, there'll be a couple of follow-up questions, because that, as I read it, the applicant is firm in not wanting it to be not wanting it to be adopted. So my concern then is about its construction, whether it would be constructed to the same standard, and who would be responsible for such things as sweeping, gully emptying, checking drainage chambers and so on. There's a list, and this is what makes me think that it must be being retained, and the responsibility will rest with the residents. There's quite a long checklist of the checks that will need to be carried out, and I'm just a bit concerned about the level of work that might be necessary. So perhaps that could be checked, or it could be that the agent would answer that. So shall I move on to the next?
Yes, please do. I think Mark's making a note of all those, and the agent, I'm sure, is listening. So please do.
Now, flooding and drainage. The consultee was the County Council Floods and Water Engineer, and he issued a holding objection in his email of the 20th of July 2021. He didn't withdraw that objection on in his email the 22nd of October 2021 and said that further information was required. Is that objection still unresolved? It appears that it is. I can't see any correspondence withdrawing that objection.
Yes, the objection has been resolved. Apologies if that note hasn't been made available. The site is at a low risk from fluvial and pluvial sources, which is rivers and streams and rain. The existing drainage features, i.e. the ditches, would be retained. The levels on the site have been profiled to encourage pluvial runoff and overland flows away from the built development and towards the nearest drainage point. And there's also a drainage strategy that's been completed, which includes sustainable drainage features.
Thanks, which moves me on to the next question, and I'm now referring to the drainage report and the management plan for the retention ponds. There's a list of management tasks, day-to-day management tasks. So who will ensure that regular checks and maintenance work is carried out, such as the silt removal and so on? And there are also other records that need to be kept, like records of dewatering times and so on. Now, if the pond was taken over by Anglian Water, one could assume that all these records would be kept, and it would be Anglian Water who would want to see the records. So, is there an arrangement if the ponds are in private ownership, so to speak? Is there an arrangement with Anglian Water for these checks to the results of the checks and the records to be maintained?
I don't have that information to hand. I can say that the intention of this development is for the market houses to be passed over to Havebury Housing Partnership. So the agent might be able to reflect a bit more on how that will work out.
Yeah, thank you. Looking at the footway, there doesn't appear to be any footway in front of some of the garages. It seems to be discontinuous, including in front of, you might like to look at plots 5 and 6, for instance, or 12 and 13 and plot 29. The footway seems to not cross over their garage forecourt. There's presumably a reason for that, or it's a mistake by the developer. Again, it may be something that Miss Holland can answer.
I can say that there aren't any garages, just parking areas on this site, but the agent will be able to reflect a bit more on the access to those.
And my last question, I think it's my last question, is when we get to Silver Street, are there any works such as putting in drop curbs required on the other side of Silver Street? And if so, have they been detailed?
I don't believe there are any requirements for drop curbs on Silver Street.
Okay, thank you.
Can I just ask you, Keith, those drop curves that you were just referring to are outside the planning application, are they? You said on the other side. I'm just
my point is that people will be walking out of that end of Silver Street and could well cross the road. Yeah,
but it's on the other side you're referring to, so I get my head round your questioning because I know you are. Yeah, lovely. Thank you. Phil, you wanted to come back?
Yeah, just to come in. Rose, can you do you have a detail of that western, or can you zoom into the western part of the left-hand side of that slide, not that western part? It's, if you can zoom into that, that would be useful. Just so I can pick up a couple of questions. So for the hard of eyesight, you can see there are some textual notes, and if you can highlight the area adjacent to the balancing pond, please, Rose, just to the northwest side of it. You'll see there's some notes there. If you can get your magnifying glass out on the highways plan, you'll see that it actually talks about that being a footway cycleway link. And to answer Councillor Mellon's question, I would imagine that will involve some sort of drop curb access onto Silver Street. But moreover, in terms of vehicular access through, the highway plan also includes a proposal for collapsible bollards to prohibit non-emergency vehicles. So the intention is to provide those essentially immediately adjacent to the dwelling, and I think that's plot 25, which is the one at the immediately adjacent to that footway cycleway on the northwest side of the Suds Basin. So the intention is to control access, except for emergency vehicles, through that. I would imagine that the detail will include drop curb access onto Silver Street so that cycles can access and egress. But obviously the developer can provide the agent can provide a little more information around some of those things, Jem.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Councillor Wellham, and don't worry, you can come back in as things progress, you know, to ask questions. We're on an informal day today.
Thank you.
Yeah, so I can move on to the next question. Is Rachel? Good morning, Councillor Eburn. You have some questions.
Good morning, Chair. Thank you very much, and good morning, everybody else.
Rachel, can I just stop you very, very quickly? Just as I asked you in, I think I'm right that Mark might give us some answers which might help you before your questions. Would you allow that for us, please?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Sorry, Councillor Eburn, it's one of those lag things where it showed up several seconds after I pressed it. So just to confirm that, I mean, quite right. The highway consultant, it was Ben Chester, said that it was noted that the estate road was to remain private, and they didn't object to that. So the answer to the pursuing questions from Councillor Wellham is that there should be a management company which looks after these matters. And I think if that isn't listed in the conditions, that should be listed in the conditions, a management company to look after those matters.
Well, there is a construction management plan, but
yeah, it's more like a management
company. Surface water management.
Yeah, I think we could maybe put management company because there are some common areas which might want to be covered by this.
So amplify it a bit.
A safe catch-all title would be a management company to look after these matters, I think.
Excellent.
Thank you.
Right, sorry about that, Rachel. Councillor Eburn, off you go. Your turn.
That's no problem. Thanks very much for that. I've got 3 quick questions. Could you confirm that the on 30 mile an hour zone on the Finningham Road side and also on the Silver Street side are going to be extended? So just confirmation that both of those will be extended. Secondly, the footway along Finningham Road, in part it is only about 50 centimetres wide. So can you confirm that there will be a proper width, as it were, footway going from the site connecting to the corner of Faulkner Avenue, please? And thirdly, on the Silver Street side, there's a very ancient hedge, and it says that it'll be cut into and to make a visibility splay for the cyclists and pedestrians. Can you confirm how much of that, because we really wouldn't want to lose all of that hedge? Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, so in terms of the hedge, I think the agent might be able to confirm a bit better. An arboricultural report was provided with the application, and there were no objections raised to that. In terms of the pedestrian walkway, it will be of a standard width for safety reasons. This is probably the best plan that I could show that shows it, and that will join to the existing footpath. And sorry, what was your first question?
The 30-mile-an-hour zones, will it be that for both the Finningham Road one and Silver Street one? And sorry, Rose, but while you've got that slide up, the footway right at the very bottom of that slide is where the existing footway starts, and obviously that first section is along the fence line of a property that presumably is outside the ownership here. So confirming that footway will go all the way down to the bottom of that slide. Thanks.
Yes, so to my knowledge, the 30-mile-an-hour zone will only be extended on the Finningham Road side. And in terms of the footpath, I'm not able to answer whether it will go all the way down. That might be better saved for the agent.
Okay, thanks very much, because residents will be left with a 50-centimetre gap. And there's definitely no extension of the 30-mile-an-hour on the Silver Street side. So where cyclists and pedestrians are coming out of the site.
To my knowledge, it is only on the Finningham Road side, but I will double check that for you.
Thank you very much, and thank you, Chair.
Sorry to interrupt. I've just had a thing flash up on my computer say that it's going to restart. So if I'm lost, I'm afraid I'll have to come back again. But whether it does or not, technically, I don't know whether it's going to do that. So I apologise if I get kicked out. So sorry. Right. Councillor Stringer, you're next.
Yeah, actually not wishing to duplicate the question, but actually sort of amplifying it really about the speed limit. Given we've recently extended the speed limits to 40 miles an hour at the north and south of Old Newton at the cost of £7,500, I see we've got a figure of 11,500 now for speed limit relocation. Yet how far is this going to be relocated and where? Because that seems like, you know, a huge amount of money if it's only going to be, you know, what's being moved where, I think is what I'm asking. Thank you.
Okay, we don't have a plan showing where the 30-mile-an-hour zone will be moved to. I will just have a look at the SCC comments and just find out that information for you.
Thank you. I think what I was trying to suggest was if that figure is being found as a contribution, surely the speed limits could be looked at both entrances for safety reasons for that figure, because the figure is for a consultation and a legal document. It doesn't matter how much is in it. So actually what we should be looking at is all of the safety aspects of it. I assumed that the 30 mile an hour was going to go past this site on both roads, and I think so did the community.
So just so I understand that, Councillor Stringer, what you're saying is that in terms of the contribution towards speed limits, that question needs to be looked at in relation to both Silver Street and the location of the footway cycleway entrance to the site, and whether an extension there is also appropriate in relation to this development. Okay.
The original trigger was because the site entrance at the moment is in a 40 mile an hour zone, which will require a bigger sight line than if it were 30. So from an engineering perspective, it would need to be inside a 30 mile an hour zone for it to be built to that standard. It would need a bigger standard if it was on a faster road. But equally, if we are looking at, you know, sustainable transport in the round, why would you then expect a car to have extra engineering to pull out on a 40 mile an hour road, but not a cyclist to have some kind of buffer when he's exiting a 60 mile an hour road?
I think those are good questions. I don't, just looking at County Highways comments, Councillor Stringer, I don't see, and I don't, unless Rose knows something, I don't see a huge amount of clarification. But the point of this meeting is obviously that those are things we can take away and can look to build into this.
Thank you for that. Yeah, I mean, I would argue it's probably situation normal from Suffolk County Council responses to planning applications, but
I'd ask the county council about that. Andrew.
We need to look at it in the round, and if there is that contribution that can look at the speed limits, they certainly should look at them at both entrances / exits. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. Sorry, Andrew. Do we still have Councillor Guthrie?
Sorry, I'm muted. Councillor Walkway, please.
Just a question in regards to things that could be taken forward. Is it possible to uplift the design further at this stage?
Yes, we are asking that be delegated to officers so that we can negotiate an uplift in the design.
Yeah, I think from my point of view, I like many things about the design, but I think the uniformity of the roof height is a particular question mark for me.
I think that's a very good point, and Rose did say that there was a phrase she used about something about design. I forget the phrase you used exactly, Rose. What was it that you were going to? You wanted something. What was it? I did write it down. I can't think. But I agree with you, Councillor Warboys, and I think Rose has got that one in her radar.
Excellent.
Yes, we will be asking for to negotiate an uplift in design, which might include some more natural materials and undulating roof lines.
Can I just ask a question about the 4-bedroom properties? Correct me if I'm wrong, but my eyesight's going a bit now. But are the rooms? Do we have an interior design on those? Because they're semi-detached, aren't they? And they're 4-bedroom properties. I mean, are they? I know we can't get into standards and what have we. Are they big enough for the purpose they are currently being advertised? So the upstairs, they're showing.
So we understand these to be NDSS compliant, do we, Rose?
Yes.
Right.
National standard compliant then, right?
Yeah, okay.
That's across the whole site, is it?
It is.
Yeah, oh good, yeah, okay. It's just that when you put 4 bedrooms into two semis, you know, it can, but I see them now.
One might wish to raise that with the agent chairman, and I noticed, and I don't know if it's an old hand, but Mr. Russell's got his hand up.
No, it's not an old hand. He put that up new, didn't you, Mr. Russell? Your turn, go for it.
It's not that old, it's not that young either. So in terms of the design uplift, I didn't want members to be misled into thinking that we're going to come out with something dramatically different to what you see today. We have had meetings with and discussions with the applicant, and I'm sure the agent will fill you in on various bits and pieces. We're still looking for a little bit of finessing of some of the elements. I don't think you're going to get a great deal of change on the roof form, etc. So I wouldn't like to go away from this meeting thinking that's going to happen. We've had this discussion several times, and I don't get the impression that will happen. So we're really looking at design tweaks and finessing some of the looks of the houses.
Thank you very much indeed. Councillor Stringer.
Just wanted to make a point on that and amplify that last point from Mr. Russell. Materials can make a significant difference to the appeal or not appeal of a design. I really don't have a problem with the very neat roofs. In fact, I applaud the fact they're not punctuated with plastic chimneys. So I think we need to be really careful about designing by committee, because we're going to, trying to just add. I get the point of adding scrolls and little bits of detail. That's fine, but these are not trying to be listed buildings in the end. If we can actually lift the quality of some of the materials without just keep trying to add sort of jewelry to it, we might end up with a pleasing, something more pleasing aesthetically. I'd rather trade a couple of scroll finials for lime render and not cement render, for instance, because that would then over time be more visually and also more sustainably appealing. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Right, so has everybody asked all the relevant questions? In which case, we can now move on to our public speaker. We don't have anyone else other than the agent, Kate Holland. If you'd like to step forward and have 3 minutes and tell us about your designs and hopes on this matter. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Kate Holland. I'm of Invicta Planning, and I'm here to speak on behalf of the applicant, Keepmoat Homes. As members will be aware, and as Rose has outlined, the site benefits from an outline planning permission for 47 homes that was granted in October 2019. This application is for a detailed planning permission for the scheme and includes full information on the appearance of dwellings together with small changes to the layout, including the removal of extensive areas of parking courts and improvements to the eastern area of public open space. However, fundamentally, the principles of the development remain the same as previously approved. Prior to the submission of the application, we undertook extensive pre-application engagement with both the district and county council, including planning, housing, heritage, highways and drainage, and met with officers from Historic England. Pre-application discussions were very positive, with an acknowledgement that the development proposals were an improvement upon the original scheme approved as part of the outline consent. During the application, we've continued to engage with various consultees to address issues as they've arisen. This has resulted in improvements to the design of the homes through the provision of additional detailing and architectural features. We've also been in contact with the Parish Council to respond to their comments. This has resulted in the Parish Council's most recent response, which confirms they are pleased with the level of consideration given to their comments. The development proposes the provision of 47 new dwellings, which include 16 affordable homes. The development as a whole will provide a mix of smaller dwellings rather than the larger properties approved as part of the original outline consent. All homes would comply with the nationally described space standards and building regulations part M42. This would mean they would be flexible and adaptable for future residents throughout their lifetime. Finally, a significant focus has been given to the overall sustainability of the proposals. The development will be fully electric with no gas provision. The homes would benefit from increased thermal efficiency and will be served by air source heat pumps. Overall, the dwellings would achieve a reduction in CO2 emissions of 36% and energy demand of 57%. The properties would have access to electric vehicle charging points and would provide a reduction in water usage, and the development as a whole would result in a biodiversity net gain. I would like to take the opportunity to thank officers for working with us to develop these proposals and the significant improvements to the original outline scheme, and I'd like to thank members for their time today and consideration of the points made in this statement.
Thank you very much indeed. And members, do you have any questions for Kate Holland, please? Councillor Caston.
Am I here? Yeah. Thank you very much. This 3-metre strip on the north side of the development, what's the thinking behind that? Is there anything underneath it, or why is it there, please?
No, there's not anything underneath it. It's an ability to improve landscape into that area and also to extend and plant in additional hedgerow and tree planting to offset the dwelling slightly from the boundary.
So will that eventually be planted with hedge, or will that stay? Sorry, will that be planted up, or will that stay a strip?
There's a grass strip, but some of it's got plantings, trees in it. So, for example, where the side wall of houses face towards the north, there'll be some trees in there, and the hedgerow will be enhanced. But that's more along the existing hedgerow rather than necessarily massively deepening it into that area.
Right. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you for that. That does pose the question: who would that be the management plan looking after the trees then?
Yes, so the site as a whole would be managed by a management company who would do undertake landscaping works. We did submit a landscape management plan as part of the submission, which fully details what landscape works are required, when, how often, and that would all be taken over by whichever management company looks after the site.
Right, thank you. Before I come to Councillor Warboys, I saw Philip Isbell with your hand up, or you put that down again?
Chairman, I thought better of it, and I thought I'd wait to hear what other members had to say before I chipped in. But okay. Thank you, Chairman. And I don't know if it's useful in relation to Councillor Caston's landscape comment for Rose to share the landscape master plan, just to kind of put that back on the screen so members can see the area of land that was being talked about, Rose. So I don't know if that's useful.
Yeah, I'll get that.
Thank you.
I'll come to you in a minute, Councillor Warboys. Just one moment.
And if you could just highlight the 3-metre strip that was in discussion, that would be useful.
Right.
Thank you.
Thank you for that. So, Councillor Warboys, you have a question, please.
Yeah, I think that the sort of layout of the site is good, and the provision made for the scheduled monument. It's been pointed out that there's a high potential for archaeological finds on the site, and an archaeological surveys will be made. Have you made? There is a possibility nothing will be found, but if there are substantial finds, this could be quite an expensive situation. Have you made provision within your liability for the site for this?
Yeah, so actually some of the photos that Rose showed, which was by the access, and I think there was a machine shown on site, that work was to do with the archaeology. So we've already undertaken the archaeology work ahead of this committee, and my understanding is actually nothing was found as part of that archaeology work. We will be submitting the details. We've been liaising with the County Council obviously over that, and we'll be submitting the details to the District Council because there are archaeology conditions on the original consent, so we knew that there was archaeological work needed.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Whallam, you have was your hand up? No, maybe not.
Yes, it is. Yeah.
Oh, yes, beg your pardon then. Yes, please, if you have your question.
Yeah, there are two linked questions, and it's going back to the question I raised before, which is, if we look at the parking spaces for, I think it's plots 5 and 6, for instance, but yeah, it's not essential to see the drawing. I'm assuming that people will sort of drive in there and park, and then they've got to reverse out. But the footway material is not continuous in front of the parking court, the parking bays, and so on. And I just wondered whether that was an error or oversight, or whether you're actually going to stop the footway at every crossing point. It just seemed to me that to have that as a different surfacing would highlight that there may be pedestrians walking along there. And that also touches on the other query, which is the safety of reversing out, because it seems to me that the visitor spaces on the opposite side of the road and some of the spaces for the properties themselves, they're quite close together, and the vehicle will have to reverse out. And I'm just concerned about the safety of that.
Okay, well, in terms of the first point, I mean, perhaps it is a materiality situation, but the idea would be that you would just continue along and cross over the sort of the front of the driveway. The spaces there shown are big enough to hold the cars, so they don't hang over the footway, so you would then sort of walk across the front. So I think it's to create more of an informal street probably, rather than having a designated footway all along the edge of the road. But the idea would be that you could continue across the frontage there, so there wouldn't be an intention to stop people walking. In terms of the parking spaces in general, they all conform to the size requirements, the adopted parking requirements. So, and the spaces will have been tracked to make sure there is sufficient reversing distance to get out of them and not cause a problem with sort of safety.
Can I come back? My point about the continuation of the footway was, if it is a different material, then anyone who's driving into or reversing out of those spaces, is perfectly clear that is a footway. It's not part of the drive. Yeah. And the point about the visitor spaces, for instance, is that if you're reversing out of the middle space, you can't see anything left or right if you're reversing out until you're halfway across the road, and I'm just a bit concerned about that.
The point on materiality, happy to have that discussion with officers about whether there's anything they would like to see changed with that. Visitor space, I mean, all I can say is that the county highways haven't raised a concern. As far as I'm aware, it's been tracked, and from a safety perspective, it all complies with what's required. I mean, driving through the site, you're not going to be going breakneck speed there, so vehicles should be travelling relatively slowly. I think that might be a speed restraint potentially shown there with the 2 arrows. Forgive me, I haven't got the highway plans in front of me, so it might be that vehicles are up on top of a ramp there anyway, so should be going slower.
Yeah, I'm looking at the drawing. It does appear that there is a table there in front of the visitor spaces. Absolutely, yeah. Thank you.
Another issue there, Councillor Wellham, I mean, I always have this sort of comment, if they can reverse out, they can reverse in. But that doesn't seem to happen in life, does it?
No, I think the reason for my point was that if
I know, I'm just passing a comment.
If the spaces are a bit longer than standard, then you're not as far into the road.
No.
When you can actually see left and right.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you for that. Very useful points. Councillor Eburn, you have a question there.
Thank you very much, Chair. And thank you for your comments. With regards to a question asked earlier about the cycle and pedestrian exit onto Silver Street, that stretch is currently a national speed limit, and for members. Sorry, I'm not sure if that's me.
Sorry, no, that's me. There's drilling going on, unfortunately, where I am. Apologies.
For members' information, the 30-mile-an-hour zone ends exactly at that southwestern corner of the site, so it's national speed limit from there. So the question was how much of the hedge, it's a very well established hedge along Silver Street, along that side of the site, how much of that would be taken out for it says for a visibility display for the cyclists and pedestrians to see, but presumably that would be much smaller amount if it was with a 30-mile-an-hour limit, and does there have to be quite a big section taken out? Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
I can't give you the exact dimensions of how much hedge needs to be taken out at this point, but it would be kept to the absolute minimum. I believe the hedge is set slightly back from the road, so there is a space between where the footpath cycleway would join the road and where the hedge is, so hopefully that would minimise it as much as possible. Obviously, it is only a footpath cycle link, not a road, so that should further minimise how much needs to come out. And I think Silver Street is relatively straight, so you should be able to get good views in either direction. So it would be minimised, and obviously we are seeking to retain as much hedgerow as possible and plant additional hedgerow around the site in the places where I think along the northern boundary it's quite poor, so we're looking to enhance that as much as possible.
Thanks for that. Yes, it is quite straight, but also it's on that patch, but also that means because it's a national speed limit, unless you're going to extend it, the 30-mile-an-hour zone up there, which I really hope does happen, that would cause a problem. But thank you, Chair.
Councillor Wellham, did you want to come back? I see your hand up. Councillor Wellham? Oh, he's gone. Right. Can I just ask Mr. Isbell to comment, and then Councillor Stringer, if I may, please? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. Yes, just picking up on a couple of points, because Councillor Wellham didn't quite completely go where I thought he might have gone. So by the look of it, the design, and accepting you're not familiar with the highway elements of this, does seem to show a raised table at that southwest end where the little spur private drive is. And you had that previously, I think, Rose, on that drawing. So we're still expecting emergency vehicles to go down that connection. So presumably your impression will be there'll be a drop curve, and presumably you're content that we, given the fact that we're now going to be expecting the potential for emergency vehicles to access and egress, that we will need to look into visibility either way, and to look at where the speed limit is or is not. And if, as Councillor Eburn says, that needs to be extended, we obviously would need to anticipate that in dealing with that point of connection onto Silver Street. I just wondered if we could just clear that up whilst we're having the conversation, I suppose.
Mm-hmm. Right.
So that was a question. That was a question for the agent, if there's any doubt about it. So.
Yep. So, I mean, there are lockable bollards proposed to footpath cycleway to allow emergency access if necessary. I don't know that there's a need necessarily for a dropping of it. The grass seems to be level with the road, but obviously there would need to be an access created. We'd have to agree the visibility displays with highways.
Understood, but if we've got traffic speed slowed down through a TRO in this area, and I don't know that's necessarily been on highways radar, but if we've got emergency vehicles potentially egressing and accessing out here, it seems the sensible thing to do to make sure we've covered that base as we go. And I was just checking my reading of the drawing that this sits at the end of a speed table, effectively around the head of that cul-de-sac.
Without getting the highway plans out, then I'm not entirely sure. But in terms of the TRO and moving the speed limit, it didn't form part of the outline consent. We've sort of followed that, and it hasn't been asked for as part of this application by County Highways.
No, but we are here. We are having this conversation, and this is an opportunity to discuss and consider the issues. And county's advice is, as all stakeholders are to the planning authority, it is advice. So to that extent, if you're proposing that we have emergency vehicles use this, it would seem prudent to plan for them, and that's what I'm trying to explore. Because clearly we don't want to have a development which, even if an emergency vehicle is using this, causes any form of risk to other highway users in Silver Street. So I do think we're going to need to explore that. But I did want to pick up on the point that Councillor Wellham had raised, and it's a good one. Obviously, if the roads are not adopted, you've talked about adoption of the management company for the surface water drainage arrangements. Presumably we'll need to achieve some resolution around management of the highways, because it's quite a considerable extent of highway. It's not a small development of 5 dwellings off a private drive. We're dealing with quite a length of road, and that needs to be maintained, managed, and all of the swale facilities kept available so that it drains freely and doesn't become in deteriorated condition. So I don't know what your sense of the proposals for that are.
So in terms of surface water drainage, the intention would be to have that adopted. That will be, managed by the adopting authority. And we did submit a management strategy as part of the planning application, which obviously has been through the County Highway Authority. And we've had a sort of ongoing conversation with them to overcome their comments as they've arisen. Highways, at the moment, I don't think it's 100% resolved as to definitely whether the road is or isn't going to be adopted. If it's not, then yes, it would be managed by the management company.
Okay, but at the moment, if we're looking at a planning permission and granting it, we need to take a decision that reflects what we understand of that position. And either we impose a condition which manages that so that we have comfort that the condition and state of the road is appropriate for the duration of the lifetime of the development, or we get resolution that it's going to intended to be adopted. So I think it will be useful to settle that, and it doesn't have to happen in this committee, but I think it's an important point that Councillor Wellham raises. So just as a piece of conversation in an informal meeting, I'd welcome your confirmation of the position on that as soon as you can give that. Thank you.
So I think, Phil, that's one for your list, I would suggest, is it?
Yes, well, it's either a condition or it isn't a condition, I think, is the answer. At the moment, I'm not really very sure. I think what we know is there doesn't seem to be a proposal to adopt it, which would seem to suggest to me we need a management solution, which will give comfort to the community and everybody else involved. So,
thank you very much. So that's Mr. Isbell. Councillor Stringer, thank you.
Just on this, there's been much discussion about the Silver Street end of this, and rightly so. Just want to clarify a couple of things. There is a significant difference in height between this site and Silver Street. It is somewhere near a metre. So it was put out there that there wasn't. There is a significant difference. What I don't quite understand is why the opportunity. Why are we putting a new entrance in the middle of a hedge? Also, to clarify, on a very not straight section of road, this has got bends going the wrong way for an access. It's got bends sort of going backwards from your access. So you're going to need to take out an awful lot of ancient hedge to get any visibility at all there. Why on earth is this cycleway and emergency vehicle way not coming in from the existing access, which is right where the national speed limit changes to 30 mile an hour, and it's on the inside of a bend, so you'd have perfect visibility in both directions. I really don't. If you look on page 296 and you see the lagoon, bottom left of that lagoon, we're proposing to plant a hedge to stop up an old access into that field. That seems to me to be a complete missed opportunity. You could leave the hedge exactly where it is, treat that as a boundary, and you've already got an access opened up. That could be your footway and emergency vehicle entrance. I don't know why that's not being done. And you wouldn't have to move the speed limit because it's right on the speed limit change.
Just before the agent answers that, Councillor Stringer, I wrote down right at the beginning when we saw the photograph of the original access that it was a sort of a muddy track at the moment, and that the moat was to the right of it. Yeah. And I wrote a question down because I hadn't quite twigged. Excess traffic might displace the moat. I just wondered if that, you know, if you've got rumbling traffic going past the moat on that area. It's just a thought. I may be talking out of place, but do you see where I'm coming from? You know, you've got traffic going.
No, I don't understand what you mean. How do you?
Can Rose put up the picture of the access and then Kate,
I'm talking about the access onto Silver Street.
I thought you were talking
nowhere
about
near the moat. No, it's nowhere near the moat.
Ah, I beg your pardon.
It's near the lagoon.
Ah, beg your pardon. Sorry. Yeah, I said, yeah.
You're mixing up your water vessels. Yeah.
Okay, but sorry. Then if the agent would like to answer Andrew's question, I beg your pardon. I'm sorry.
Yeah, because if we can, just to look at that, if you can put that service road that close to that lagoon, it could easily bend round that corner of that lagoon and use the existing driveway in that bottom left corner.
I see what you're getting at.
No need to change the speed limit. Leave the hedge alone.
We're happy to look at that. The parameters followed the original outline consent because the original intention was to submit reserved matters under the original outline consent, but the layout changes that we wanted to make to remove parking courts and slightly change the alignment of the internal road running through the site meant that it wasn't a small change and we needed a whole new application. But we're more than happy to review that side of things if that's, you know, what members would like us to do.
So I think the good news there, Chairman, is that you've got the opportunity to amend the application without any of the formality of deferral and doing all these things, because actually this is part and parcel of what, if members feel this way about it, this is part and parcel of giving me a steer involves. I'm just looking at the delights of Google Street View, and I see the point that Councillor Stringer is making. It's just literally in the national speed limit, but if you're still doing the national speed limit at that point, you'll have to rapidly decelerate, I fear.
Yeah, they need signs that do, you know, I don't know if they do them here, where they say 30 in a few minutes, 30 in a couple of 100 yards, 30 in or whatever. Maybe that's something that highways can consider. Anyway, good points. Keith, Councillor Wellham, you'd like to add to this, please?
Yeah. Can I refer to an answer that Miss Holland gave about the adoption of the surface water drainage? I understood Miss Holland said that the surface water drainage would be adopted. Am I right?
Yes.
So the adoption of the surface water drainage, does that include the balancing ponds?
Yes. It would include the surface water features.
So my concerns about the desilting and all the checks on the dewatering and so on, they are no longer concerns then, if you're saying that, because Anglian Water or the Internal Drainage Board or whoever, as the responsible authority, they would carry out the checks that they thought were necessary. Am I right?
Yes, I think I've lost my video, but I am still here. If I'm frozen or you can't see me, I am still here. But yes, they would be responsible for the surface water drainage.
That's absolutely brilliant news. Yeah, I'm really pleased about that, because it is always a concern that residents are left with having to look at clean out balancing ponds and the like. Thank you very much.
Oh, that's very useful. I actually wrote down as she said, and it says looking to have it adopted, and I put Anglia Water ? So good points raised. Well done. Thank you. Right. So we now move on to our ward members. If you'd like to speak, my speaking note says we don't have anyone else to speak, but I see Councillor Eburn. Would you like to speak, please?
Thank you, Chair, but I wonder if Councillor Wellham wanted to go with the parish, because he was going to read something out from the parish council. I'm not sure if you wanted that.
Okay. Yeah, okay.
And then Councillor Wellham can continue with his district bit if that's necessary. Thanks.
Okay, right. Okay, Councillor Wellham, have a go at that way round then. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yeah, this is from the parish council. Further to our previous comments on the redesigned application, we should like to repeat our concerns over the uniformity of the design and appearance of the properties. Old Newton, like most other villages in Suffolk, has grown slowly in size over several hundred years. With this gradual growth, the residential properties have shown a wide variety of shapes, designs and finishes, and this has helped give the village its own character. This is a large development for the village, so to help it blend in with what we already have, we feel it is most important to have more variety in the design and appearance, as agreed by the report from the Heritage Department, page 202, paragraph 2, and the report from Historic England and Conservation, page 243, paragraph 3. While we welcome the inclusion of some rendered finishes with different colours, the plan doesn't state the proportion of these. We also welcome the inclusion of some decorative brickwork to some of the properties. However, we are still left with an overwhelming uniformity of house design and appearance, and should like to see a variety of roof lines, which could include some dormer windows, a variety of fenestration and porch shapes and roof pitches. We hope the planning committee understand these concerns and act accordingly. So that's the parish council. So yeah, thank you for the opportunity to speak as one of the ward members. Yeah, I'm pleased to see the table drawing, which is indicating that the pole and the stay will be relocated into the development site. This is absolutely essential to ensure that there's a 1.5 metre footway width along there. So that's good news. I'm still concerned about the safer route to school, or a safe route to school. I believe there should be some requirement for improvement to the route to the primary school. Church Road, as we've already heard, has no footway for much of its length, and off-road routes are impassable when the public footpath is wet and slippery. A safe all-weather route needs to be provided off-road or alongside Church Road. Street lighting. There are no details given of street lighting proposals. Light should be eco-friendly with sharp cut-offs to keep horizontal spread to a minimum. Home security lighting should be kept to a minimum in terms of power and spread of light. It may be worthwhile putting something in the conditions to that effect. Yeah, flooding and drainage. I was concerned about, and residents have expressed concern about the amount of water that's going to come out of the balancing pond, and it's got to find its way into a ditch. And they are concerned that because of the difference in levels and the ditch itself, that there could be a flow of water into Silver Street and onto the road. I'm glad now that the business about the holding objection from floods and water, that's been resolved, so I don't need to refer to that. And I was pleased to see some wildflower planting rather than all grass, which is often mown frequently and kept short. I'm not sure whether all of the areas that are shown in that particular colour are going to be wildflower, or whether there is still going to be a proportion of grass that's cut frequently. I'd like that to be kept to a minimum. And I wonder, would it be possible to provide benches and play equipment in the area at the front of the site, because that will be attractive for young people, and it will save the children having to cross the main road in order to get to play equipment. And my only other concern was around the maintenance of the retention pond, which I think now is completely sorted out. So I'm grateful for that. I'm grateful for the opportunity to make my comments. Thank you very much. I'm happy to answer questions if there are any. Or perhaps you'd like to hear Councillor Eburn first, and then we'll both answer any questions.
Thank you. In the absence, I will go ahead. Thank you, Keith, my fellow ward councillor, and thanks again to Rose for the presentation, which I think was very helpful. Many issues around this site have been raised by the parish council and residents. However, I want to focus on just a few: pedestrian safety, housing styles and gardens, flooding, and the landscape. There's a couple of points that I'll duplicate with my fellow ward councillor just to stress these particular points. And firstly, please can the committee ensure there will be a footway along the eastern side of the site connecting it to the footway at Falconers Avenue. The highway, as I've said in the questions, the highway verge along Finningham Road is extremely narrow at the point where it meets Falconers Avenue, and a full width footway must be made despite the obstacles of telegraph poles and the like. And this is very important for both residents of the site to access village amenities, but also for existing Old Newton residents to access the new wildflower open space on the site. The county response on the primary school is that it is a safe walking distance. And as Rose has shown in the presentation, the distance from the housing on the site to the school is about a mile by road, but over half of this is on a road with no footway, as she has noted. The community's been working really hard to get a safe route to school from the village to the school, including across the fields, which does the final path to the school. But obviously in the winter, that's very wet and muddy. And as part of this application, we would ask for funding to improve and develop this route. Comment has been made regarding the bland housing styles, and I note the officer comments on this. While the neighbouring estate, Falconers Avenue, is of a particular 20th century design, Rookery Farm is obviously a traditional Suffolk farmhouse rendered and with flint walled barns and walls. However, the buildings on the western side of the development on Silver Street are a mix of farm cottages and other housing types. There are a variety of styles in the village, and this development should reflect that, not just the absolute neighbouring housing estate. And on the subject of housing, there are some very small gardens, such as plots 2, 3, 4, 7, 20 and 22, but particularly 3, which is on the furthest on the east of the site, and 22 on the furthest west, which are for 3-bedroom homes, very tiny gardens. And I think this is particularly important as there is no play equipment proposed on the site. Just as a minor issue, we do need to be assured that the developer is fully aware of the boundaries of the existing properties in Falconer Avenue, as there have been some change to those and their access and view backing onto the field there. Residents have got concerns regarding flooding onto Silver Street to the west of the site, and I note the recent answers regarding responsibility and hope that this will therefore not be an issue. And finally, as I've raised in questions, please can we limit how much of the old established hedge along Silver Street on the western side of the site is removed and so that as much as possible is retained. And this is vital both for wildlife but also to retain the rural character around this site. Thanks very much, and happy to take any questions. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you for that, Rachel. There is in the conditions there play equipment details, and I think it's very important that you know, that's for the planners to make sure that it's put forward. So I did just manage to notice that one. Right, any questions for Councillor Eburn, please? No, I think the two of you have done admirably there. Right, well, we sort of seem to be having a debate as we go along, which I think is quite useful. So for those people who haven't spoken yet, who would like to say something now about what we have before us, please? Councillor Muller, thank you.
Yes, thank you very much, Chair. Yes, I found a really interesting application, listening to everything that everyone has said. And one of the things that actually pleased me most with this application is the fact that every single property is going to be fitted with an air source heat pump. And I think we should actually really welcome this, because on many applications we've looked at over the last few years, we've often raised this particular issue. So I think that's really excellent. I like the idea of the adoption of the balancing pond, etc. and also the fact that officers are going to look at the uplift in the design. I think that's also really important. But on the whole, yeah, really good. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Muller. Councillor Caston?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Yeah, I completely agree with Councillor Muller there. I think the air source is brilliant. The adoption of the SUDs is exactly how we should be doing things. The frontage is good on this development as well, but I can't help being a bit confused by this 3 metre strip up the north side. It just seems to me that any benefit to biodiversity or anything else will be completely outweighed by the burden on residents with the maintenance or the lack of security to the back gardens of the houses. I don't see a huge amount of benefit. It's got a it's potentially got a hedge or a fence 6 foot high, from the south side. It's not gonna get a lot of sun. It's either going to have to be maintained in a costly way, or it's going to go to brambles or something else. I don't know what other councillors think about that, but I understand the issues with the safe journey to school. Obviously, this is I don't think the developer has a lot of control over that. Otherwise, the village does have some good sustainable qualities there and good provisions for houses. So yeah, I'll see if anyone else is as confused as I am about the 3 metre strip, and generally I think it's a good design, it's a good layout, and it's a sensible place to put it.
Thank you for that. I'm just looking at the conditions and everything. I wonder if we could flag that as one of the things for a steer for you're disappearing.
Sorry, I was just moving my camera. I look like I was sliding away.
The Wurlitzer at the Blackpool Tower. Sorry, up and down. I wonder if it's something that we could have give Philip a steer on to sort of bottom it out to make sure that it doesn't become a bramble nightmare. I know what it's like with my little space that I've got. You've got to keep them down. But what's Philip got to say on that? To give
Madam Chairman, it occurs to me that some of those back gardens are only a few meters long. I just think it would be much better to extend the back gardens and not have that. The biodiversity from a back garden is as good as a strip.
Yeah, you can put a hedgehog run in and all sorts of things.
Yeah, exactly. You plant flowers. There's a lot of benefits to a garden that a resident looks after, and I just don't think that's of any benefit whatsoever. But yeah, sorry, we'll ask Philip what he thinks.
Well, we can ask him to find out and sort it out.
Yeah, I mean, I think I'd start by going to what we've got in terms of ecological advice, and how essential this is as part of that to be locked into things. I mean, from my perspective, wild untidy areas actually can be quite good for biodiversity. They create corridors, and as I think Councillor Wellham said earlier, I mean, neatly mown stuff isn't necessarily it can sometimes be a bit like the desert, really. So I think there's a bit of balance. I understand what Councillor Caston's talking about, and there is a balance between what's provided as garden space for individual properties and making sure there is an appropriate route for ecological species to make the best of space which is away from where the humans are, and I suspect that's possibly the opportunity to look at. But certainly in terms of this committee, I mean, I think if that's a steer that you want that looked at, then that's within the realms of possibility to do and to come to a conclusion over, so that we achieve something that is not an untidy area, is appropriately managed for the long term, and nonetheless is not a conflict for amenity for people for the future occupants of this development. So I've got all of those things as points that Councillor Caston's concerned. It'd be interesting to hear how others feel about that point.
Thank you for that, and also thank you for raising it, Councillor Custon. I mean, again, it does say landscape and ecological management plan amendments, it says on the conditions, so I think we can give Phil a steer to make improvements where possible. So that would be my view on it, but I hope that comforts you. Yep. Right, then we'll move on to Councillor Norris, if we may, please.
Thank you, Chair. I think we've had a very full discussion actually on this application. I'd like to thank the officer for the presentation, which is very comprehensive. This application looks to be very well conditioned on pages 216 and 217 of the papers, and I think the ward members brought up some interesting points. I'm particularly interested in Councillor Stringer's suggestions regarding the link to Silver Street. I think that's certainly very well worth exploring. Subject to a few tweakings, if this were a normal planning meeting, as it were, I would be minded to support this application. So thank you, that's all I wish to say.
Thank you, Councillor Norris, very useful, and I agree with all of what you've said, really. Councillor Mayor?
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, I think this development has a lot to commend it, a lot of good aspects. I do struggle to see why, if all of the drainage is going to be adopted, the surfaces wouldn't be. I know that's still being discussed, but I would urge parties there to achieve that adoption. I'm sure the residents will be delighted with that. I was also delighted to hear there is play equipment. That open area is crying out for play equipment. Councillor Stringer's point, really, the entrance to the west, Silver Street, makes eminent sense to me, and I support that. I also support the parish council. I think the design is poor in terms of its aesthetics. You know, I get the impression it's, you know, small boxes that look all the same, all in a line, is not what a village looks like. And I think we may be too far down the road to change that, but it would have been good to have different properties interspersed down that street scene to show far more variety. And I think the parish council are absolutely right. A little bit of render of a different colour, a few brick details may help, but I don't think we're going to overcome that fundamental issue that it lacks variety, and that, I think, is an opportunity missed. If we were voting, it'd be an interesting one. I sit on the fence. Thank you.
or the strip down the back of the houses. That's interesting. That is interesting. Moving on, we've got Councillor Mellon, please.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I'll take my hand down. Right. Yeah, so I think there's quite a lot about this development that I like. I like the raised tables, which I think will sort of slow traffic coming onto the site and moving through it. The connectivity is also a good aspect, and I do like Councillor Stringer's suggestion that we bend that sort of cycleway around the edge of the Suds area and take it into the Silver Street, right next to the last house there at the moment. Obviously, this site is the other end of the village from the school, and that does present a problem in terms of you know, people walking or cycling from this site to school. It does seem particularly unlikely in the winter months when they can't use that footpath across the fields. So we obviously do need to maximise the connectivity we can gain here. And there's just that concern, having looked at Finningham Road on Google Street View, the footpath does peter out at the end of Falconer Avenue. It just tapers down to nothing, and then you've got this very narrow grass verge until we get to the edge of this site. So I don't know quite what can be done about that. That really does need to be a proper pedestrian link there, but I'm not quite sure what we can achieve given that it's off-site and there's also not very much room there. So I'd just like to welcome a bit of clarification on that. In terms of the style of the development, obviously that end of Old Newton does have a lot of houses that were built at a certain period when sort of uniformity was put in, and they all look the same, and it's not particularly pleasing. So any improvement in this new area would be great. Having said that, you can often end up with modern designs where there's a kind of hodgepodge of different things thrown all together. I grew up in Martlesham, and if you only have to go and look at the new village there to see that in action. So I do like some uniformity of design, and if we can tweak that with various elements as described, and I see we're still trying to improve that. I think that's acceptable. I do welcome those improved details. But yeah, I think the main concern for me is that sort of pedestrian safety aspect and the connections. I think that Silver Street, if we can mend that would be fine. I still have some questions about the Finningham Road end of things. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Stringer.
Thank you, Chair. Lots to be of interest here. I'm going to tackle a few of the bits and hopefully get some clarity. The connectivity of the site to the school, Councillor Wellham, the parish council, everyone else is perfectly correct. To walk to the school with the current road conditions and field conditions, because you have to cross 3 fields to walk to school, because you can't walk in the road, it's way too dangerous. You have to walk across 3 fields, and they're impassable with the current state of fields. So, but we did not put any conditions on the original approval of the outline to insist on off-site works to make that path better. So I go back to my original theme about quality of original outline decisions, and I'll leave that there. In terms of if we could ecologically save more of that hedge by amending that Silver Street entrance, I think that's a good thing to be able to do. It will also bend that entrance closer to the services. So if people were going to walk to the village shop using that entrance, or cycle there, or go anywhere else, it pushes you closer to those services by a short amount. So it may mean more people use that rather than jump in a car. Getting back to the design. I'm at times I'm slightly struggling with some of that, because as Councillor Mellon said, if you try and introduce almost a false randomisation, it looks contrived, and one person's uniformity could be another person's theme. I don't have a problem with uninterrupted roof lines, frankly. I'm surrounded by roof lines here, and I've got 2 that are in excess of 15 metres long, each of them. They look fine. The one that's got loads of dormers in, the modern one, is constantly having to have maintenance done to it because it keeps letting water in. So I'm thinking, over the lifetime of the building, a sharp, crisp roof line is probably not a bad thing in terms of long-term maintenance. And there are, and to say that there needs more elements of design in the elevations. There's brick coins, there's banding in there, there's porches in there. The parish council asked for a variety of roof pitches. There are a variety of roof pitches. There's 30 degrees, there's 45 degrees. There is actually some variety there. So I'm slightly struggling to see how this isn't what you would have expected in some way outline stage. What were you expecting to see when the outline permission was approved in terms of design? If it needed, although some of the indicative drawings at outline stage were almost all wooden eco homes, which would have looked very modern and very different. But if the officers want to, as we said earlier, try and improve the quality of the materials, be our guest. But I think on balance, if I had to vote on this, I'd be voting in favour if I could amend that entrance, save more of that hedge, and perhaps introduce some line rendering to soften that, perhaps. That's all I need to say there. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much indeed, Councillor Stringer. If there's no one else to speak, I'll say a few words. I'm not going to repeat much of what's been said. I jotted down as I've been going through is I like the mix of housing that they've got there. I like the fact that heating and air source heat pumps are throughout. I'm afraid I did write the design is a bit boring, but I think, I hate using this expression, we are where we are, and I think Councillor Stringer's suggestion of a few colour patches here and there and what have we might do the trick. Yes, the alteration, if that can happen around the attenuation pond and to save the hedgerow would be useful. And anything outside the site, I'm afraid we can't really impose anything now. But I think there's quite a lot of conditions on there that the Chief Planning Officer can go away and get his teeth into. So I would be approving this. So I don't know, Philip, if you want to just sort of run through the issues and how you see the steer that we've offered you today.
Thank you, Chairman. Yeah, so the recommendation contained various conditions, and it included effectively an expectation to set some amendments. I think what I come out of this meeting with a steer over is that there's more work to be done on some of those things. I'm conscious that the developers have a time imperative for grant funding on this site, so I've got that in my mind. So it will need some timely work by the applicant and by ourselves to bring that about. But in essence, I think, just to run through these in the sequence of those, I've got them. Certainly, I think we need to look closely at materials and what design opportunities there are to tweak what we have. And that's both materials in relation to the buildings and I think in relation to the surfacing of areas, because they can sometimes be just as important for forming character and managing access in an appropriate way. And on that point of access, I'm also conscious that there's a discussion about the relocation of the emergency entrance point. I think by relocating, you would also discourage what I would describe as the kind of antisocial usage by motorised wheeled users, perhaps, of things like cycleways. So I think there is some benefit to that, and to look at that in a revised form, skirting the edge of the SUDS feature, so that it exits without punching a hole in the established hedge, but comes out closer to the 30-mile-an-hour speed limit, which I think is an opportunity to explore and may well create a more interesting walking route, if I'm honest, in all weathers. And we did talk a bit about walking places in all weathers, and we are in the winter where walking across any kind of landscaped area is always a bit of a challenge if you haven't got a pair of Wellingtons. So I'm conscious that's, I think, an opportunity that I do want to actively explore with the applicant. I will also take away the question that Councillor Caston had regarding the area to the rear of the dwellings. I've got no mind around where that takes us, but he raised the question. I think it's reasonable enough for us to explore that further and to see where that takes us as a conclusion. And broadly speaking, I think most of those points then, Chairman, are sufficient for me. The only other one is bearing in mind that we started, I think, with Councillor Wellham querying the adoption status of the highway and not the SUDS feature. I think we still have an open question about that and the extent to which we, as officers, may or may not need to put conditions on to manage that for the long term, Chairman. And I think Councillor Stringer's got his hand up.
Yes. I think that sums up most of the things that I've got written down as well. Councillor Stringer?
Yeah, just want to make a bit of a point about that 3 metre and Councillor Caston's thing. The lot of that is actually trees, native trees to be planted, and I'm mindful that if that 3 metre strip became part of a garden, that the trees would probably suffer at the benefit of the trampolines. So there is that balance to be struck. But if it was just a hedge that was on the north side of a fence, it is going to suffer. But if they are native trees, they will probably be okay the wrong side of the light of a fence. and it's probably better that fenced off because it will remain. If it ends up in the gardens, I think we'll have death by 1,000 cuts.
I think you're absolutely right on that. Actually, I must admit I'd forgotten it was going to be trees, so we'll leave that with Philip to ponder. Then, would you be happy with that?
Yes, I think from my perspective, there's a question to get to the bottom of, but it's my own instinct is it serves a useful purpose rather than to try and change something there, Chairman. But we'll see.
Yeah,
take it away.
Yeah. With the time constraints, that could prove problematic. Okay, then. So we've finished that one. Now it's 20 to 1. Now I'm with anyone on this. We have sort of 2 more applications. Are we quite happy to keep going, or do we want a 5-minute break? What does anybody want to do on this? Because the 2 of them are probably linked together in some way.
Sorry, Chairman, if I may, I might need a 5-minute break before I start presenting, if that helps.
Yes. So we'll have a 5-minute break and then we'll just go through it, I think, if everyone's happy with that. 5 minutes then. Yeah.
Thank you, Chair.
All right.
Well, welcome back. Thank you very much indeed. We now have our next agenda case, reference DC 21-04358, and Vincent Priest, beg your pardon, will present the case, and if you'd like to do that now, please. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, members. Good afternoon, members. I'm just going to make sure I've pressed the right button to get the presentation up, and hopefully that is now on your screens.
Yep.
Good. Let's proceed. So this is a reserved matters application, and what we're looking at today are appearance, layout, scale, and landscaping. Access has previously been agreed under the outline planning permission. Unfortunately, nothing is happening on the screen. It's completely frozen. So we're just, whatever it was has now gone. As before, this presentation is merely a supplement to the report, representations and other material considerations. So let us proceed with the discussion. On the screen at the moment is the form of buildings and arrangement of buildings expected from the outline planning permissions that exist on this site. I will be talking to you this afternoon about units 1 and 2, which are shown with the red arrow. My colleague Avril will follow me to discuss the details for unit 6. Great Blakenham is a key service centre. In terms of general location, close to junction 51 on the A14, just to the south of the what was known as the Snowasis site and is now known as the Valley Ridge site, accessed via the B1113 and the Bramford Road. The outline of Port 1 as a business park is shown in the light green. This is another development within Freeport East, which members will know is very important economically, not just to the east of England, but also to the district. Freeport East is one of 8 freeports in England. This particular site is recognised by the government as a custom site. It passes all the necessary tests and is a key part of the jigsaw in terms of the region's response to the need to attract inward investment and get goods moving. In terms of constraints, there are very few. We have footpath 13 running across the top, also known as Blue Barn Lane. The site shown in the crosshatch, there's very little by way of constraints on this site. We have a very short section of graphics which will help members get an idea of what Port 1 will look like when it's finished. So let's just press the button. So we're going up Bramford Road. That's Unit 1. The design has slightly changed since this CGI was made. On the left is Unit 2, accessed from the new Estate Road, known as Blackacre Road. That's the new spine road, and there are to be warehouses left and right. The building on the left has slightly modified in the building is closer to the road, but the principle is the same. You'll also notice the very distinctive colour and patterning of the buildings. This has previously been agreed by members. We had a lot of discussion about which way the banding should work. The committee decided this is the appropriate form of banding because it helps disguise this development from long views against the existing developments. So you can clearly see it is focused on the distribution of goods, heavily predicated on imports from Felixstowe and Harwich. Inside the warehouses there are racks 9 high, filling the space. Both buildings that you look at this afternoon are already pre-let, as have been the other 2 units within Port 1 that one is now occupied, one's under construction. We are told that demand for this sort of logistics space is very high, which is good for the district, it's good for jobs, it's good for the economy. And it's probably also good for the council's Gateway 14 site, just to the west. In this shot, you start to see some of the ecological and habitat benefits that have been included, and they were all seen previously when we were looking at an outline planning application. So in terms of this site, work is currently underway on that access. The cycleway link that was included as a highway improvement will be completed by Easter this year on that junction to what is now Black Acre Road. The access itself is due to be completed in January, so within a few weeks of this year. Included in the highway works are cycleway improvements, and I know this is something that many members previously wanted to be assured would be happening. Those works are underway. If we look at the blue dot, that will just illustrate not only will the cycleway go into the new logistics park, but it also goes northwards along the Bramford Road. This is a very recent photograph showing the progress being made with formation of the access. Here we see in red the actual site for plots 1 and 2. So as I say, Unit 4 is completed and occupied by a company FDS that do a lot of work with online trading. Unit 3 is currently under construction. Access to plots 1 and 2 are separated. Originally, when this came in, there was one big access in the middle, which actually meant there was no space for landscaping. So after discussion with the applicants, we've modified that. The Highway Authority are happy with this arrangement, and it does allow us to soften the frontage of the site by adding some landscaping. But also I draw to your attention on the left of this image, there is a parking deck to provide two levels of parking, and because of ground level differences, it's possible to drive straight onto that deck from Addison Way. So we actually have 3 points of entry to this site for vehicles. In terms of how you get into the site, I've quickly just shown you that an articulated lorry can swing into that site safely. It does the same to get out. That has been approved by the Highway Authority. We've checked all the swept paths, or more accurately they have, so we're comfortable that that arrangement works. The good news here is that Port 1 is a highly sustainable site, and I'm sure we'll hear from the applicant when they have their opportunity just how committed they are to pushing the boundaries of green credentials on business parks. But to start with, we'll have 20% of the spaces with EV provided in terms of all the apparatus. A further 20% of spaces will be provided with the full set of facilities, but at the moment they'll just have the right connections. So as soon as the switch is thrown to take energy from the energy from waste plant, we'll have 40% of those spaces will actually have the charging apparatus provided. So if we quickly look, the green flashing dots are where we would have full apparatus from day one. Blue flashing dots are where we would have the full apparatus as soon as the tap is turned in terms of energy from the plant on the other side of Bramford Road. Context, I mean, plot 1 is immediately adjacent to the energy from waste plant. You can see the scale and mass of the energy from waste plant in this photograph. Again, a very attractive, I would say, contemporary, award-winning modern design. This is the front of the site, and as you can see at the moment, it is already a construction site. Most of this whole site is now looks like this, where there are earth movers and all kinds of activity going on, representing a huge investment within the district. There you can see the framework of Unit 3. going up with Unit 4 in the background. In terms of elevations, the elevations reflect a sort of a house style that you have now previously approved on at least 2 occasions. This would be known as the sort of Port 1 house style with the horizontal banding. You can see on the left how the difference in levels means that we can utilise deck parking and access to the building for pedestrians. In terms of the roof plan, single span roof, very shallow pitched. And the elevation, I'll just turn it around, you can see how the elevations tie in with those roof plans. In terms of cross-section, here's a cross-section through what are units 3 and 4. So previously, you allowed some cut and fill, and cut and fill is a feature of this site to create levels, but you can see units 3 and 4 are significantly below the height of the energy from waste plant. In terms of units 1 and 2, again, they are significantly lower than the energy from waste plant. They are comparable with the previous permissions that you have granted in terms of total building height. And if we superimpose the existing buildings in their position in front of units 1 and 2, you can see they are compatible. Again, these are elevations typical of what we've already approved. In terms of this elevation on the Addison Way frontage, obviously there's ground floor access to the parking, but because of the difference in levels, access to the deck is at a raised position and vehicles will drop down onto the spine road. So it's quite a clever use of the difference in levels to ensure that we've enhanced and increased the levels of parking. Building heights, I thought this would be useful because you can see from these the black 18.9 and 18.4 in terms of units 2 and 1 respectively. They are in keeping with what we have either approved or are already expecting. So there isn't anything here that's going to stick out like a sore thumb in comparison to what you've already approved. In terms of floor plans, essentially on unit 1 we have 2 relatively small mezzanine floors. The rest is floor to ceiling racks of shelving to ensure that there is maximum capacity for goods. Unit 2, very similar, office and mezzanine. 2 floors with a large void space on the ground, again for logistical activities. In terms of jobs, whilst this isn't necessarily a matter to be that's relevant to the details, it's worth just recalling that because these are now pre-let, we know that all in all this will create 145 jobs, which would mean the running total so far on Port 1 is 600 jobs, and the business rate receipt from units 1, 2, 3, 4 and 6, subject to reserve matters being approved and implemented, is in the region of £1.58 million per annum. Landscaping, we have enhanced and increased the areas for landscaping, but members will recall that the Port 1 development includes a large area of new woodland to the south. It includes large areas of new habitat creation. So this is a very small part of a much bigger jigsaw, but we have ensured that the northern and eastern boundaries will be well landscaped because they are prominent public frontages, but we've also ensured that the more internalised spine road frontage now has softening planting. Again, drainage is not a matter for you to think about today. It's dealt with by condition, but just to show you that what is being proposed are large crate systems underground that will retain surface water. The drainage strategy for this site has already been agreed, and the details will be the subject of a submission of detail under a condition. Members will recall previously that the sensitive area is the boundary between this site and what is the Blakenham estate. And on the screen, this is a thick, dense, deep area of woodland plantation. So as you can see, the red dot in terms of units 1 and 2, that is as far removed from that sensitive area as we can get it within the Port 1 development. We have no concerns about adverse impact on heritage assets or even in terms of landscape impact. In terms of sustainability, I'm sure the applicant will be able to tell us more about the detail, but as I say, we are expecting 100% of the energy to come from the energy from waste plants, so that means there's a sustainable source of energy. The company is committed to installing PV on the roofs, and that will run most of the internal lighting, if not all of the internal lighting in all the buildings and other parts of the fabric. The company did commit at outline stage to delivering electric powered shuttle bus services for employees that will pick up employees from a range of villages around the site. That electric powered shuttle bus system will be triggered by completion of the unit that's currently under construction. So we are a matter of months away from what I think will be the first shuttle bus system on a business park that we've seen, and that will be electric powered. So again, that's pushing the boundaries, it's raising the bar so that we can begin to insist on such things on similar developments elsewhere. You've seen the level of EV charging that will be delivered. The company is committed to having electric powered forklifts across the site. So no more diesel chugging forklifts. I've already explained the commitment to habitat creation and woodland creation. Something else that clearly comes up from a logistics park being located within our district, so close to the ports, potentially this will mean a lot less HGV movements up and down the country. I believe there'll be a significant saving in carbon footprint and mileage, because traditionally the large national warehouses were in the Midlands. So containers coming in from Felixstowe would usually trundle along the A14 to the Midlands where the main storage areas were, and then they would all come trundling back to be redistributed to the regions. What we have here in terms of Gateway 14, Port 1 and other sites within Gateway East are the much more localised facilities, which is ideal in terms of the change to the whole nature in retailing across the country, with the prominence of online retailing that has sprung up fairly recently. So another interesting feature, and it's unique to this particular site and plot. Plot 1 has been pre-let to a company called Messina Hembury, and their entire business is online driven, and what they do is they recycle second-hand, pre-loved, designer branded and vintage clothing. So this is extending the life of clothing rather than going out and importing more new clothes. So that whole warehouse, there's enough business that they have tapped into to fully utilize a building of this size. So I think that's something that members would be interested in perhaps seeing if we get to the point of approving reserved matters through the Chief Planning Officer and then this building being implemented. As I say, it will be implemented because they're both pre-let. So in terms of the recommendation, what we are suggesting to the Chief Planning Officer and suggesting to you as councillors at this meeting is that we would support the reserved matters with conditions set out in the report and any others that you may wish to suggest to the Chief. Thank you, Chair.
I'm muted. Thank you very much indeed. I can see hands going up to have questions for you. So, Councillor Caston, please do ask your questions.
Do you want me to remove the presentation, Chair?
That might be actually quite useful, Vincent.
Okay.
For me. Well, I really want to try and get my head around this site layout plan and where the people are going to drive in, where they're going to park, where they're going to walk through into the warehouse, and also where that vintage clothing part is, where the customers will go to. Please.
Yeah, let me just take you back. It's probably not after all. Let's go back a bit further. There's quite a few slides to. Jeez. There we are. So, Unit 1 here. This is the Bramford Road. So to the right of where the cursor is the energy from waste plant. So this is the new access that's under construction. This is what will be known as Blackacre Road. So the pedestrian entry point for these are, and this one it's here, and then this one it's here. So this has the footway. This will also be available to cars for employees on the deck. So you come in at this higher deck level, enter the building at first floor, into the offices at first floor. Whereas on this one, you come in at ground floor. So this is the service access in here, and this is a service access in here. And this road goes right down into the rest of the new Port 1 development. This is Addison Way, which links through to the older industrial estate. And as part of this scheme, I think it's Unit 3, triggers then the closure of Addison Way to HGVs travelling in a northern direction. And that was something the members wanted to see. They wanted to reduce the amount of HGVs trundling through this section. And if we go back a few more slides, Councillor Caston, we'll just put that in a wider context. Yeah. So Bramford Road, as part of the previous outline. Oh, so it's all going. Sorry, Councillor. Let's just take it a little more gently. There will also be a new crossing point to the north, included in highway improvements secured under the outline. So not only do we get a 3-metre wide pedestrian, cycle and pedestrian access along Bramford Way, but it also goes right into the heart of this development. So it's improving access for both pedestrians and cyclists. And whenever it does have presentation, you'll see that that goes right to the back of the site. And the crossing to the north actually allows people greater connectivity with developments on the east side of Bramford Road. All of that was secured at outline. There we are. That's where I want to stop and hopefully it's. So you can see at the moment, people come into the development through Addison Way. This will be closed to HGVs travelling north soon. This is a new junction. So you'd come along the 113 and you'd swing in left. Part of those junction works that are now underway and expect to be finished in the end of this month will mean that vehicles coming out then are forced to turn right. And that was something members wanted to see, and I know a number of members on the committee and certainly Councillor Field. It's part of a strategy to prevent HGVs travelling northwards along Bramford through Bramford. So this will actually deliver almost like traffic management. That means HGVs are restricted to entry and access from the A14 at junction 51, which should be much better for residents living along Brownford Road. I don't know whether that provides the clarification or I've made it more difficult.
Thank you very much. But so where are the lorries going to turn? Because they go into that first one.
They can all turn within the site. They can go in forward gear and come out in forward gear.
Oh right, okay. They can, yeah. There's
enough room, and it's been designed to allow an articulated lorry to be able to turn and enter and leave in forward gear. There's no prospect of anyone reversing out with an HGV.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. No. I've got that actually. And the clothing outlet.
That's this one here.
And which part is it? Because it's not. Is it the same entrance for the clothing outlet?
That's yeah.
Yeah.
No, that's their entrance there for HGVs. Pedestrians come in here. Yeah. On Unit 2, vehicles, HGVs come in there, but pedestrians come in there at first floor. So if you were employed there, you'd be entering the building two-thirds, one-third, 1/3 of the way up. But that's because the level of the ground here in Addison Way is much higher here than it is here. That's probably two. Let me just
thank you.
Okay.
Thank you very much, James. And Richard, Councillor Mayor, your turn, please.
Thanks very much. Vincent, I have no wish to open old discussions that seemingly have gone on for some time, but can you just give me a little more on why the dark line is at the top of the building?
Yes. Ordinarily, you might expect the lighter colour to be at the top, so that when you're viewing the building against the sky, it would merge naturally with the colours in the sky. Obviously, we all know that with the English climate, you don't always have blue skies, and generally a light grey tends to merge with a grey sky or a blue sky better than a dark grey. But the sensitive viewing angles are from the wider open countryside looking back against the existing built form. And to help the building disappear into those views, having the darker colour at the top means that you cannot see these are large scale rectangular buildings. If the lighter colour was at the top, it would actually appear more prominent in the long views. Actually having the darker colour at the top disguises it. It just blends in with the built form when viewed from principally the west and the north. So I think when we had this last time, we said, yes, if you were right at the on the Brownford Road, you would see the dark grey against the sky, which might not be the natural relationship you would expect. But the sensitive viewing is actually from the countryside, and we've ensured that it just disappears into the massive built form by having the darker colour at the top.
Okay, thank you very much.
I think that's an interesting question, but if you do go around the country, you do see that, and it does actually work. It almost seems at odds, but it was a good question to be heard the reasoning. So thank you for that. Councillor Stringer, your turn now, please.
Thank you, Chair. Just following on from the coloration, obviously it depends what colour it is. If you choose your colour palette, like Bacton Transport at Woolpit Business Park, and the colour palette starts with the colour purple, it doesn't seem to fit in with anything at all at any distance. So are we getting greys or are we getting other colours? No. The other issue, excuse me, you mentioned solar panels were going to be doing all of the lighting in the building. Do we, because the outline condition says at least, is it 10% of the operation of the building should be from solar panels? But if they're using electric forklifts and electric vehicles, etc., Does just the lighting equate to 10% of the operation? And if it does, do we know how many kilowatt hours or what percentage of roofs getting covered? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stringer. If I start with your second question first, I believe they've smashed the 10% right out of the ballpark, but we do have a representative from the applicant here this afternoon. I think I would much prefer him to tell us specifically what their target is, because I feel certain he'll know all the exact numbers. But my understanding, we've smashed 10% right out the ballpark, especially if we can get 100% energy from the plant opposite. But I'm sure Ben Shove will tell us exactly what those figures are. In terms of the greys, you are right. These will be greys. We're not looking at purples or anything else. And I think if we just quickly shoot through, there's a photograph where you can actually see the colours that we've approved. And the answer is we will continue. That's just a CGI, but sorry. It's unfortunate because I can't actually go back to the start. No photographs coming up. Trouble is I pressed it so fast it'll probably keep going. I'll take my finger off. There we are. So that is the colour scheme. So we've almost got a sort of a slate battleship grey going down to a sort of dove grey would be my description. They are true greys, if there is such a thing.
Do you have any other questions, Councillor Stringer?
Yeah, no, Chair. That was it. I just saw some purple colouring on one of those drawings. It rang the alarm bell. That's all. And just as a point of clarification, the energy from waste plant, less than 30% of that is allowed to be called renewable by DEFRA, or what was DEFRA? Okay, because it does burn a lot of unrenewable sources.
Yep.
I think it's an interesting conversation, and I think unfortunately the one at Woolpit has got it wrong by putting green on the bottom and then going to blue, but we don't need to go into that on this application. I think all your questions have been very useful and Vince has explained it. Councillor Warboys, thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Vincent. That's, it's quite an exciting development. This is lots of ways, especially the precedent is set for the electric shuttle bus. I've just got a query really about the letters from Place Services about the sort of planting and where we are on that. Their last letter says there's some queries raised in Place Services that hasn't been answered. My thoughts are, what struck me was about the sort of viability of some of the planting. I think queries are being raised about whether there was sufficient land for them to sort of develop properly. I know that across the site there's a big biodiverse and ecology scheme, but I think they were just concerned with the setting of these particular buildings.
I understand the point you're making, and because we have had a number of outlines, we've had a number of reserve matters, we've had some Section 73 applications to vary permissions, it is becoming increasingly complicated because most of the ecological and landscape matters are dealt with by conditions, some of which we've approved, some of which we require additional detail to come forward. And you're quite right. The majority of the ecological benefit will come with proposals that affect the wider development. So along the boundary with the Blakenham estate to the south of what will be the development line, where we're getting a large area of new woodland. In terms of this site, we are purely trying to add some landscape to the Blackacre Road frontage to add some interest and softening. We aren't necessarily seeing that as a key wildlife corridor. Certainly behind the building we are, and that's where the planting is thicker. But again, we've agreed the strategic landscaping. What we would expect to do is through the Chief Planning Officer, when and if he exercises the authority to approve these reserve matters, we will have very specific condition requiring the exact details. So we want to know the species, we want to know the planting regime, we want to know the maintenance regime. But if you asked me, I'd say candidly, this isn't the part of the site where we are creating the best new habitats. They are to the south and the west, deliberately, because they are the parts of the site that are closest to the countryside. So there will be a natural connectivity. The best part in terms of green corridors is actually along footpath 13, and that's where on this site we're enhancing the planting at the back of this building. Hopefully that's enough to satisfy you that we haven't ignored our colleagues at Place Services, because when I came before you before, I definitely promoted the fact that we were going to do some wonderful things on this site, not we, but the applicants, in terms of creating habitats. That is our ambition, and we will ensure that that's what's delivered through conditions where appropriate.
Thank you. Yep, good answer.
Thank you for that. Any more questions for the officer? We seem to... hand gone up. Who's that? Has the hand gone up? No, it's gone down. Right. We seem to have the applicant. Is that Mr. Shumset?
Chair, we should have the, sorry to interrupt, we should have the agent here today, Nick Davey, and Ben Shove is the client representative.
Oh, is Mr. Davey there then, if you'd like to speak?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes. I thought you... what is your name, please?
So it is Nick Davey.
All right, hello. It's just it's coming up as Mr. Shove on the...
Yeah, I'm with Mr. Shove. I'm using his laptop. Mr. Shove and Mr. Maxwell are here. They're both from the developer. They're here to answer any questions that members may have.
Right, if you'd like to give us your presentation, then thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much for your time. I think this is about the 6th time I've appeared before members promoting the development of Port 1. And as Vincent has said, demand for the site remains very, very strong and buoyant. In fact, if we had more floor space, we could let 2 or 3 times the amount of floor space we have. Members had already granted detailed approval for the first 2 units, units 3 and 4. And you have a reserve matters before you for another 3. This application concerns units 1 and 2. And I can confirm the tenants are signed up, the buildings have been designed to meet their specific requirements, and work will start on site within weeks of permissions being granted and the other conditions precedents being discharged. As your planning officer said, units 1 and 2, they sit at the entrance to the site opposite unit 3. The design, layout, parking provision, landscaping, and in particular the banding of the materials and the elevations, that follows principles established by previous consents. And that was important when we first started out with this scheme. The site is open to short distance views. There are very few medium distance views, but there are some long views from the other side of the valley. And that was felt was a critical view, that when you see the buildings against the backdrop of the trees along the western boundary, which are all taller than anything we're going to put on the site, that the dark top of the trees would be, the buildings would be seen and blend into the dark tops of the trees. So as much as we can, it would disappear into the landscape and have the minimum impact from those views. And as your planning officer said, all the buildings are of a common height. Just a couple of updates. The new junction to Bramford Road, that will be open, we hope, within the next couple of weeks. It should be have been open by now, but we came across a Cadent gas pipe that no one knew about, which has put works back a little bit, but it should be open within the next 10 days to a fortnight. Work on the cycleway and footpath on the west side of Bramford Road, that commences in February and should be completed by Easter. And that will also deliver the new Toucan crossing further up Bramford Road near the Addison Way, so linking the site to the new residential developments. In terms of the incinerator plant, we're now got full heads of terms agreed. The matters are in legals, and hopefully again the contracts will be signed by Easter. That contract will last for 23 years, and over the full term it could result in £300 million worth of energy being purchased from that site. I can confirm that all the energy is ROC certified, that's a renewable obligation certificate, and it is that green 30%. We'll be taking it all. It's up to 10 megs, and it will, when delivered into the site, we've got to put the infrastructure in as well, but it should make Port 1 100% renewable energy driven. That's on top of all the photovoltaic cells that we're delivering at the moment, which I can confirm do cater for the full 10% of the full energy use of each building. So that would be the lighting, the forklift trucks, the heating, everything. Couple of questions were raised by members. I can confirm that the planting strips at the front of that image you have for 1 and 2, they're 5 to 7 metres deep. That's plenty of room to establish a good planting strip. I'm happy to answer any other questions that members may have, but I hope that you can grant reserve matters approval, and we can deliver the 150 plus jobs on units 1 and 2, which the tenants have said they will create.
Thank you very much.
We are happy to answer them as best we can.
That's very helpful. Thank you very much indeed. Members, do you have any questions, please? No, I think everything has been bottomed out very thoroughly, and as you say, it's been several times. I can't. Is there a question? Is somebody's hand up? Who's that? Ah, Councillor Caston. Sorry, I didn't see you on the list there. Yeah.
Thank you very much. I just wondered if there's the way these lorries unload here. Would there ever be a chance that a lorry might need to be unloaded sideways by a forklift?
No, they have the buildings, in fact, all the buildings on the site, including units 1 and 2, are designed with those level dock loaders, so they come straight off the docks, and the lorries, the bed of the lorry is at the same level as the dock.
Yeah, okay, no, brilliant. It did look like that, but I was just making sure. And the other thing is the actual amount of lorry traffic coming in and out of both these sites. You can sort of see where you could sort of stack up a couple of lorries on both sides while they wait to be unloaded. But how much demand will there be for lorries to be unloaded on the site per day, say? Or are we likely to see more than 2 lorries stacked there at any one time waiting for other lorries to be unloaded, is basically what I'm saying?
We don't anticipate that will be the case. One advantage of having all these sites pre-let is that we have designed the buildings to meet the tenants' requirements. So they are designed to cater for the amount of lorries and the frequency of lorry visits that the tenants tell us are coming in. So it's not a bespoke, so it's not a speculative scheme where we're dealing with industry averages. We are dealing with the specific requirements of each tenant.
And that wouldn't be so much that you would see a lorry coming in that didn't have a space to park or had nowhere to stack for this development. Right. No. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Any further questions? No, right. Oh, yeah, who's that? Who else has put their hand up for a question? I can't see. No, gone down. I think we're all there. I know Alicia has got a statement from the ward member. Thank you very much indeed for the applicants. Thank you.
Thank you.
Alicia, would you like to read the statement from the ward council, please? Thank you.
Of course, Chair, thank you. So this is a note from John Field, who is the District Councillor for Blakenham. He says the reserved matters proposed.
Sorry, just hold on a minute, Alicia. Was it for this one or for the second one?
In his email, he has listed it for 6D, but I believe the the contents of the email relate to this application as well. So it might be appropriate to read now.
That you might have held off. Sorry, I was jumping the gun. Right, far away. Thank you.
No worries. The reserved matters proposals refine the outline application that has been previously approved. I'm generally in favour of commercial development location as it is close to the Claydon access to the A14, within, I believe, 600 metres. There have been fears that the additional traffic generated will cause congestion at peak times, but I feel that when the access currently being constructed is complete, the issue will not be significant on Brantford Road, despite the proximity to other commercial development, including Claydon Business Park, the incinerator and landfill sites. The issue at the Claydon A14 junction is of concern, as substantial tailbacks occur at the moment, at least to the river crossing, but it is impossible to get action from county highways. A 20-car tailback is clearly not severe. I would wish to see the approach proposed at outline with substantial weight given to environmental concerns and biodiversity improvements continued. The impact on our climate should be minimised wherever practical, with building installation improved to high standards compared to other developments for the intended building use. The installation of low carbon heat sources and solar panels, to the greatest extent reasonable, would also demonstrate an understanding of the issues that challenge us now and a willingness to build for the future without the need for extensive refurbishment at a later date. Improvements in these areas would move the residents and me from generally in favour to full support for a development that should bring a substantial number of jobs, hopefully skilled, and increase prosperity to Blakenham. Regards, Councillor John Field.
Thank you very much indeed. Now, if anyone who hasn't spoken would like to speak on the application, Councillor Muller, thank you.
Yes, thank you very much, Chair. I must admit, from having listened to Vincent's presentation, which was excellent, and the comments from the applicant, etc., this I do like this application. Sustainable source of energy, electric powered shuttle bus, new jobs, EV charging, good access. I like the new woodland and the landscaping, and obviously the parish council and the member are happy with it. So if we're in a situation, normal committee, I will be happy to support this application, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Councillor. Any other councillors who haven't spoken? Can I have a few comments from you? Councillor Norris, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I just have one question, actually, which has just occurred to me. There was mention regarding the access of the lorries exiting onto Brantford Road not being possible to turn left, and they have to turn right to join the link through to the A14. So how is that actually implemented in practice?
Vince, can you just give us a...
Yes, there will be the geometry. Sorry, on your screen, because I'm not on YouTube, on your screen, have you got a layout that shows units 1 and 2?
Yeah.
Yeah. So at this point, the geometry will be such that you won't be able to swing your vehicle, your HGV, left, because there'll be extended curbs. They're not the normal height curbs, they're extended height curbs, and there'll be a nib. So you're physically only able to turn right. There will be a no left turn sign, but also included in the improvements in a later phase of development is signalisation as well. So the immediate answer to your question, Councillor Norris, is it will be physically impossible to turn an HGV left because of the geometry that's being created in here. But there'll also be a no left turn for HGVs. At this point,
it is down to the road engineering at that point.
Yes.
It will be supplemented with signage and signalling.
Correct.
Thank you very much.
In due course.
Right. Yes. Yep. Thank you.
And so, Councillor Norris, what sort of steer would you be giving on this one then?
Well, if these measures are already proposed, then I'm satisfied that the question has been resolved, actually. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Mellon.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Yeah, I think it's very comprehensive presentation as we've got used to with Mr. Pearce, and I think generally I don't have any particular problems with this, and would be happy to if we were a normal committee to vote in favour of this. I will just make a couple of comments if that's okay. Just a couple of things from the presentation. I don't think it's universally accepted that free ports are a good thing. Just put that out there. A very interesting article in The Guardian yesterday on export processing zones, and certainly question marks over some of the tax treatment. And then also the comment about this development causing a net reduction in HGV traffic. I have to sort of take issue with that a little bit, because I feel that is really speculation rather than anything we can base this on. But otherwise, I'm happy with this, happy to be in favour of it. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. Anyone else who would like to speak? No. Well, I think you've all... Oh, Councillor Stringer.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I think this application, where it's got to now, and the good works of the officers with the applicant have got it to a place where it actually addresses virtually all of what the ward member was actually concerned with. It does appear we've ended up with a design that is actually 21st century compliant. What we need to get is a lorry fleet that's also 21st century compliant to go with the ultra modern building. So if I were on a committee with a vote, I would probably be voting in favour. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Councillor Caston's put his hand up again. Yes, please do.
Yeah, thank you. Looking at this before, the only issue that I had with it, and I'm a big fan of these developments. I think this is a really important development, optimising like land that there's a big demand for. What was worrying me is those lorries, in the top right there's the cycle park, and the cars all being in that same area using that same entrance. I think the way that this has been described and set out, it doesn't seem like that loading area is particularly lively, because the way the lorries back up onto the ramps, into the loading bays. But the only thing that I can see that does worry me a little bit is the fact that cycles will be going in through those entrances where the lorries could be moving around, and also cars coming in. I did wonder whether there is a bit of space there to have an area that's just for cycles to go down to get to that cycle park at the back, the lorries that keeps them separated. I don't know if that's an issue or not to the other councillors, but it was just something that came into my head when I was looking at how that works, or that, all those different vehicles working together in that entrance.
Can I make a response through you, Chair, to Councillor Caston's point?
Absolutely, yes, please.
Because as I showed, this will be an improved pedestrian and cycle connection through here, and I would suggest to the Chief Planning Officer that I could discuss with the applicants whether or not it's possible to get a cycle connection from a point this side of the junction through the site. That would actually mean we have segregated cycle movements from the HGV movements. To me, that seems an eminently sensible suggestion. It's probably one I should have thought of myself, so I'm grateful, Councillor Caston, you probably have helped us find a much neater solution and a safer solution in terms of this. So depending on how our discussions went, but that is something I'd be happy to discuss with the applicants through the Chief Planning Officer.
Just noting what you're saying, that would be for the Unit 1. How would they?
Yes, well, there in terms of Unit 2, because this is a deck and the pedestrian access is up here, and cycle access, I think it's less of an issue for Unit 2, but I do get Councillor Caston's point.
Yeah,
I think it's a good point, well made, and I'd like to think the applicants could accommodate that quite easily.
we'll put that as a point for Mr. Isbell to put on his to-do list. Anyone else wishing to speak? No, there's only myself. Yeah, I think everybody's said everything about it. It's come back several times. The ward member's happy with it. Huge amount of work gone into it. Very pleasing. And the latest comment regarding that improvement, if it's possible, I think would be very helpful. So I would be approving this should this be a normal planning meeting, or offering my approval anyway. So there we are. So Mr. Isbell, do you just want to sum up with what we might have before us to sort of agree taking forwards and what you've heard, what your steer might be?
Well, thank you, Chairman. Yes, I've heard fairly positive words. I do need to pick up on the point that Vincent was describing and what he was suggesting there. But before we do that, I would just ask one question of my own bat, which is that the report does talk about recommending the grant of planning permission. And I think this is a reserved matters application. So I think that's one of those deliberate errors that officers put in their reports from time to time, both to cheek the chief planning officer and to make sure members stay on their mettle. But assuming
it also
that I'm
ensures that the case officers keep on their mettle too. It's a point well made.
Assuming I'm right,
you are right.
Then the question that Councillor Caston raised, perhaps we can just rehearse what your thinking is there.
I think as part of the detailed landscaping proposals, we can accommodate some hard landscaping that would allow cyclists to connect to the new crossing point.
Yeah, that seems to be a condition we can adequately add to this. So I think that's and effectively an additional condition to enable the hard landscaping detail to facilitate cycle access to the new crossing point. And I think that's an eminently sensible thing to do. Apart from that, Chairman, I don't believe I've picked up on anything that needs to be added as a condition, and I stand to be corrected.
I've written nothing on my piece of paper this time.
Okay. So with that single addition, Chairman, I think my sense here is that I'm minded to accept the recommendation put for a grant of reserved matters consent with that additional condition to ensure that the hard landscaping does enable cycle access in the way that's been described.
Thank you very much indeed. Excellent. Thank you, everybody. And we now move on to the final agenda item, BC 2105-820, in a similar area. But we have Alicia who... no, wait a minute. Is it Averill who's going to? Beg your pardon. I've got all my A's muddled up here. So Averill,
Chairman.
Yes, Averill, if you would like to present the case for us. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair. Let me just no, that's okay. Hopefully you can see that and hear me okay.
Indeed.
Yep. Brilliant. So this application is on the same outline application that Vince has just presented for units 1 and 2. It is also reserved matters for appearance, layout, scale and landscaping. So also just a reminder that it is in Great Blakenham, which is a key service centre. So the hatched area is the location of unit 6, and in terms of constraints, you've got the public right of way going around the site to the north and the west, and another public right of way to the south. You've also got a cluster of Grade 2 listed buildings to the southeast of the site. So yeah, in terms of the location, it's located to the west of Unit 4, which, as Vince said, that's already constructed and is occupied, with Unit 3 to the east under construction. In terms of access, so this red dot shows HGV movements from Bramford Road into the site. As you can see, they pass along Blackacre Road and into the northern access point. and the same route would be taken for cars into the southern access point where the parking area is. And then the same applies with the exit from the site, goes back along Blackacre Road with the same right turn only for HGVs. In terms of layout, you have the delivery docks to the north with the car park to the south. We've also secured through discussions a pedestrian crossing, which is proposed in the location flashing blue. That we're proposing to secure via condition. And just a zoomed in version of the layout, you can see it's comprised of warehouse, there's 2 mezzanines and an office space. And again, just to highlight the delivery through the northern access, and the light blue, the car park to the south. And again, the same as units 1 and 2, we have the same sort of delivery of electric vehicle charging. The green showing full apparatus, so with the infrastructure installed in entirety and for use, with the blue squares showing those with the apparatus that can be connected at a future date. In terms of elevations, again, they're following the same design principles previously agreed with the banded cladding. This is the elevation that you'll see when you approach the site. As the frontage, you have the glazing for the office at the front with the delivery docks. And this is the western elevation, so the rear that faces the mature tree belt, so won't be seen from any wider views from the west. And the southern elevation here, you can see the shallow pitched roof following again the same design principles agreed, with the office on the far right with the flat roof. And again, the same with the northern elevation. Just as a cross section through just unit 6, in this case, the tree belt to the west is existing, and recent measurements of the treetop show it to be 53 AOD, so above ordnance datum, and the ridge will be set at 50.5. So you'll see that from the west, it is about 2.5 meters lower than the tree top. And just a reminder again of the building heights, this is the same as Vince has shown. So again, following the same kind of principles and heights across the site, obviously appreciating the levelling and the finished floor levels. And then a wider site section, you've got unit 6, which is obviously this application on the left, with kind of the red lines into the ground, just showing the application site area. And then you can also see the Magnus building kind of central, which is not part of this site, but then you've got unit 4, which is the one that's built and occupied, and then you can just see a snippet of unit 3 to the far right. And again, as I mentioned, obviously the site levels, there is to get the floor level and the ridge to an acceptable kind of level below the treetops, they are doing some levelling and removing some soil there. And in terms of the floor plans, again, they follow the same similar premise with the racking on the ground floor. And this is just a closer section of the offices, ground floor on the left and first floor on the right. And this is the first floor of the warehouse. In the bottom right hand corner, it's just a snippet of the kind of third bay of the building, just to show the kind of relationship between the mezzanine floors and the office. So this blue just highlights the mezzanine on the first floor, and the same with the second floor. the mezzanine here. And in terms of the roof, it's the same shallow pitch roof here, and you can see just an indicative solar array, PV array on the roof, and just some context and some recent site photos. This is taken just from kind of the edge of the plot for Unit 6, and you can see the mature tree belt kind of running across the length of that image there. And this is kind of north of the site, looking across. You can just see the Magnus building kind of in the corner of the left of that, and then Unit 4, sorry, central there. And then looking down across kind of out of the site with the tree belt on the right hand side, and another one of the Magnus building, and you can see the waste plant with the big chimney central there. And just in terms of jobs, I know Vince mentioned the number for Units 1 and 2. The approximate number for Unit 6 is about 70 full-time jobs. And again, obviously this is pre-let, so it has been designed in accordance with the requirements of the tenant. And landscaping, obviously this site doesn't have any kind of public road frontages, and you benefit from the western tree belt. So the proposal is for some interspersed trees around the car parking area and to the frontage. But I think, as it mentions in the report, there is hard and soft landscaping conditions on the outline which require details to be submitted, I believe, prior to slab level of this phase. And again, just similar to Vince's mentioned, the Blakenham estate screening, obviously you have the western tree belt, and this site does fall outside of it. And again, our recommendation is, as set out in the report, with an additional condition which was submitted via table papers for the delivery and details of the pedestrian crossing. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. Do members have any questions? No, I think you've stunned us into silence on this. It's not like us at all. That was very, very helpful and very clear, and I thought the photographs and the cross sections and everything were putting the whole thing in perspective. Thank you very much, overall. Right, so if there are no questions, moving on, if the applicant would like to say a few words, please do.
Thank you, Chair. Can you hear me again?
Yes, yes, you're fine, loud and clear.
I'll try and keep this as short as I can, not repeat myself. But as your planning officer said, Unit 6, we're told by the tenant will deliver 75 jobs. It is pre-let, as every other tenant on the site, and has been designed again for the specific requirements of the tenant. Nothing on Port 1 is speculative. Again, it follows the principles established at the outline stage and with all the other reserved matters, particularly in terms of height and cladding materials. And this is where the use of the cladding materials and where we're banding them will hopefully really show its benefits, because this is the units which are hardest up against the tree belt on the western boundary. And we've worked very hard to ensure that the ridge of the height of the roof is below the tree belt. It's at least 3 meters below the average height of those trees. Some of the trees are taller than that, but it's at least 2.5, 3 meters below the height of the average, so that when you see it from the any long distance views from the east, it will blend as much as we can into the background. Just sort of carrying on from a couple of things that were mentioned earlier, when we get the power comes across from the sewage plant, the current requirement is that we provide 20% EV spaces now, with the infrastructure in for the next 20%. I've just spoken to the client and we can now commit to doing 40% from day one on units 1, 2 and 6 and any other units that come forward. Also, just an update on the, again, we're written into the contracts for every tenant is that they can only use forklift trucks on the site which are not powered by diesel or petrol. That's largely going to be electric, and that's written into all the contracts, including for Unit 4, which is already up and running. And the shuttle bus itself, that is on order, that is fully electric. That'll be in place before Unit 3 opens, which is the planning requirement, and that should be running April, May this year. Unless I can help members with anything else, I just want to say that such is the demand for the site that hopefully within the next 4 weeks or fortnight, we'll be coming in with reserve matters for the units to the north of plot 6, units 7, 8, 9 and 10. We already have tenants lined up for 3 of those 4 units, or is it all 4? All 4 units. So they're also pre-let. They'll be coming in with the next 2 weeks, such is the demand for the site. So again, unless you have any questions.
Members, there's a hand gone up there. Councillor Caston first, please. Thank you.
Hi, yeah, just to pick up on that, no diesel or petrol powered forklifts. Do you consider a gas powered forklift? Does that come under petrol? It's a form of petrol, but because most forklifts I know are gas powered.
Yes, I mean, we don't know where the technology is going to go in the future. It could get hydrogen powered, but yeah, at the moment everyone's using electric forklifts.
There'll be electric or something better. Yeah, no problem at all. Thank you.
That's very useful. Anyone else who'd like to speak? No, I think we're all there. So again, we've had the report from Councillor Field that covered both of these. So I think really we just either by a tacit agreement of non-discussion or whether we sort of give, here we are, Dave Muller, Councillor Muller, to give Philip his steer.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chair, and thank you, Avril, again for your presentation. Yeah, I totally support this application. So although we can't vote on it, if we were able to vote, I will be voting in favour of this application. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you for that. Anyone else like to pass comments? Well, I'll just agree with that as well. And I think if you take the silence is golden.
Well, we usually find people comment if they aren't happy with things, Chairman.
Yeah, I saw a comment the other day which said silence is golden unless you have a border terrier, in which case be very worried. And I have, and I am. So it's been a wonderful lineup on this application. So are you happy with what you've heard, Philip?
Chairman, I'll take the absence of silence as sufficient comfort that members don't feel troubled by the recommendation as it presently stands. And with that in mind, I am just checking to make sure that this is a reserved matters application in the recommendation. Oh no, it's another planning permission, I think. But if you could just confirm that, Avril.
Yes, sorry, that's a typo.
Excellent, keeping me on my toes. Thank you for that. So yes, so subject to that, I think I take it, Chairman, that I'd be minded to grant reserved matters consent according to the recommendation.
Thank you very much. Can I just thank everyone for their input today, and I hope that we've come up with something to give Philip good steer over. But thank you for everybody's participation and the way in which it was all taken. So with that, the meeting is now closed.